Good morning, everybody. I'll just ask you to take your seats. Thank you. So it's my pleasure to be chairing my first meeting, this Operations and Monitoring Committee, as your deputy, and Charles will be joining us later this morning. So I'd like to declare this meeting open. Welcome everybody here, welcome staff, welcome the public, and also welcome everyone who's watching online. And also just a quick reminder to everyone, don't forget to turn on your mics so that the people online can hear us clearly. So first things on our agenda, I will call for apologies. We obviously have Charles who will be arriving later. Anyone else? Appear to be none. Do I have a mover and seconder for that? Councillor Donaldson, Mr. Waru. All those in favour? Aye. Contrary? Carried. Any declarations of interest this morning? There appear to be none. Any major minor items? Any urgent business? Yes, Councillor Bentley.
Madam Chair, thank you. Late last week I received some correspondence from a person that was fairly aggrieved about the manner in which the night market was operating, in that somebody decided to set up a karaoke stand directly adjacent to his dining area, and it was so detrimental to his operation of the night that he lost custom. And when I went down there the following afternoon, there were still masses of cigarette butts and so forth sitting in his area, which one would think that's a smoke-free zone. I'm wondering, I did correspond with the Mayor and I was given assurance that Mr. Williams would handle it, so I asked Mr. Williams to tell us what he's done.
First, Your Worship.
Yes, I also received that correspondence. I think many were CC'd into it, and I asked the Chief Executive on Monday morning to have a look into this, and I'm assured that he is having a look at it with the right people, and I'm confident that a solution will be found. I think the issue, from my view, is while we really are wanting vibrancy and we negotiate the best outcomes that we can, you know, some individuals are always going to find unintended consequences outside their establishment. But we've got to learn from it, in my view, and then make sure in the future that there'll be others that say, bring the karaoke outside our place, we love it. And that's the feedback that I've certainly received this week, but I wonder, Jeff, if you want to reply. I'm confident it's all in the right hands.
Jeff.
So through the Chair, I think the best thing will be is that we can cover this as part of the report back on the inner city and the inner city aspects on the Operations and Monitoring Report.
Thank you for that. So thank you, Councillor Bentley. We'll address it further and have be able to have the chance to have discussion in the inner city portfolio area of this report. Now we had another item. Yes, Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and congratulations on your first time on the chair. I'd like to speak to, please, on minor or major items on the agenda. In my case, it's actually, I'd like to speak to an issue in the planning policy. The issue is the public reserve land and designation to residential 1. I'm asking for clarification, and I would hope that it would be discussed at a later meeting, but I need to put the information on the table now in front of the council, as with the policy planning staff. If that's possible, please.
Yes, certainly, Mr. Martin will be able to address that at the next meeting. All right, so moving on, we have confirmation of minutes. Do I have a mover and seconder that the minutes of Operations and Monitoring Committee held 2nd of February are true and accurate record? Moved by Councillor Gould, seconded by Councillor Hunt. All those in favour? Contrary? Carried. Okay, moving on to our first staff report of the morning. We have Recommendation 1, financial performance for the 7 months ended 31 January 2017. We have Mr Collet coming up to present on page 13. Can I have a mover and seconder to receive it? Yep. Councillor Donaldson and Her Worship. Put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? Contrary? Carried. We now invite Mr Collet to overview your report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wait for the presentation to come up. Thanks, Hilda. Good morning, all. Financial update for the 7 months ended 31 January 2017. So you'll recall previously at the end of December we talked about the impact that the museum closure was having, and as a result of that and the costs associated with the closure and the loss of revenue, we were tracking about 600,000 behind budget. It's very pleasing that during January we saw a good improvement on that. So we had a $120,000 improvement during January. So we have closed that gap, that shortfall between our current result and budget. And that result was a case of improving revenues and good cost management. So on the revenue side, rates, subsidies and investment income continue to be better than budget. Fees and charges are obviously impacted because of the museum closure. If you take the museum out of the picture, all our other fees and charges, with the exception of that one we talked about last time with the courts, all others are tracking very nicely ahead of budget, so they're going very well. Leading the pack is probably consenting, so 300,000 better than budget for the year to date. Parking revenue, so that's from the parking meters as such, is up as well, and the regulatory is going very well as well. On the expenditure side, again, impacted by the museum and the transition costs for the waste service that we talked about last time. We were about 700,000 unfavourable or 750 unfavourable last month, and that's halved, so that's a very good improvement. But again, still staffing expenses are being impacted, and that's being the redundancies following the closure of the museum, as well as the additional staff required to support the regulatory and consenting functions at this time where there's quite a lot of pressure on them. And obviously with the extra costs there, we're seeing that additional revenue as well due to the demand on those services. Capital expenditure continues to progress well. 1.7 million ahead of budget. The Library Health Hub, as we said, we've brought forward 3 million of that funding. That project is going extremely well, so Fletchers are doing a great job. The project is on time and on budget, and is looking very good for opening on time. The museum storage was acquired as well, as we said, which was not planned, and everything else is progressing very well. The property and asset disposals, so if we piece those two results together, the operating and the capital spend, we talked previously about the fact that council would be eroding its cash position more than what was ideal. We still wouldn't have had to borrow, but we would have gone from about 8 million of cash on hand to a level that was probably not sustainable in the long term. So what we've done is we've targeted additional asset disposals to help fund that shortfall. So those are going well as well. They're ahead of target. So we've sold 1.2 million of properties to date, and we've put another further 2 properties under contract. So if they are successful, obviously they're just going through the due diligence process, that will bring in another $2 million. Sorry, $3 million. Sorry, $2 million. And then with the excess carbon credits as well, which are currently being sold as we speak. And so those were the carbon credits that we held for the landfill. Obviously, we've got a liability every year for the landfill, but with the changeover of the contract, that liability now falls with the contractor. And so we are in the process of disposing of those excess carbon credits, and that will realise $750,000, and that's likely to take place this week. So bringing those together, we expect to bring in an additional $3 million that was additionally planned, and obviously that'll be used to help offset the bring forward of the capital expenditure. So borrowing currently 6.6 up on the start of the year, but that is due to cash flow demands. So it's very normal for us to increase our debt, and debt peaking just before the rates instalment. Obviously, the rates instalment on the 20th of Feb followed this position, and our debt has now reduced back to where we expect it to be. It will again peak at the end of April and then come back in line again with regards to the May instalment. So the forecast for the end of the year is to not increase the borrowings at all and end the year on our opening position. So just wrapping that one up. So the forecast for the year is, from an operating perspective, is to still end the year short of the budget, or under budget, over budget, and that's because of the revenue being lost from the museum. Capital expenditure is expected to be 4.4 million over, due to the museum storage acquisition and the timing of the funding for the library building. We're going to look to, well, we are working on achieving a further $3 million of asset sales to help fund that. We do not anticipate any new borrowings, and as a result, we're anticipating in the year by reducing our cash to about $3 million. So that's about a $5 million reduction, whereas we plan to reduce it by $3 million instead. And any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Colley. We're now open for discussion. We've got first question by Councillor Bentley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Colley, just to reaffirm in my own mind, all this asset sales that we're doing, which we originally borrowed money for to purchase, none of that income is going to repay debt, I understand. Is that true?
No, we didn't. You've made an accusation that we borrowed to fund all these assets. That's not the case. What we're doing is we're selling those assets and we're using those proceeds to put into other assets that we feel are more valuable. So we're selling underperforming or not required assets and investing it into assets that we feel are more of a priority.
Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Gould.
Chair, thank you for your report, Thomas. When you say capital expenditure 4.4 million over, and you got at the beginning of the year 6.6 million in debt, more, you had to borrow more than what you had to, and you got a forecast of 3 million more than budget coming in, does that mean at the end of the financial period we're going to borrow a little bit more money, or not borrow as much money?
No, Councillor. As I said, the forecast for the year is to not borrow any more money. The level of borrowings as at the time of this report was based on our working capital requirements and the timing of capital works programs and the timing of the third rates instalment.
Does that mean also that some of the capital expenditure due this year is going to be deferred to the following year?
No, Councillor. We're still planning on doing everything that we said we were going to be. It's just a timing as partway through the year.
Thank you, Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Thomas, it's probably an unfair question to ask you, or probably something that could come back to audit and risk, but just in terms of our reserves of assets available for disposal, should there be any other unforeseen shocks, such as a natural event like the museum, is there a quantum? Do we know what we have in reserve that we have up our sleeves if we wish to, or if we can offset those shocks?
There is a list, and that was tabled, I think, 2 or 3 years ago that we're working through. So, and some of that is surplus reserve land. But the main one that we're looking at doing is obviously the Victoria Street arterial. So we've still got 3 properties that we need to dispose of there, and also the properties that we acquired up at Western Road. So we're just looking at undertaking the remedial works on those, and we'll be looking at disposing of those shortly as well. But we definitely have a list that's probably more than sufficient to cover our requirements at the moment. Whether it's sufficient for any large shocks, it all depends, I guess, on the nature and the level of that shock in the future, if there is one at all.
That's a very good question. Thank you, Councillor Donaldson. Next we have Mr. Waru.
Tēnā koe. E te manukura o te rangi, ka pai tōno hoki reira. Also, mōrena kia tātou katoa. I refer to page 15, Thomas. The offer back of some commercial properties acquired under the Public Works Act. Are you able to tell me what properties those are? And is the property disposal strategy being presented at next week's SPNF committee hui?
So those three properties are at the top of Tenai Road that were acquired as part of the Victoria Street arterial. So those are the properties that we're referring to specifically. The policy, yes, unfortunately I've had to push back on the policy. I wasn't quite happy with it, and I'm off to a meeting next week to resolve those issues, and I hope to have that policy back to you shortly. So it just didn't cover a couple of issues that I wanted to resolve, so it's not far away.
Tēnā koe.
Were there any further questions before we move on? So moving on to our next item on the agenda, we have recommendation 2, page 16, operational and financial updates for council-controlled organisations. Can I have a mover and seconder to receive this report? Move Councillor Rokawa Tate, seconded Councillor Hunt. Thank you. So, we'd now like to invite the following CCOs to overview the reports. First up, we have Tim Hammond from Rotorua Contracting. Now, just so you're aware, each of our CCOs have given 30 minutes for discussion and questions. So I believe you have a presentation for us today. Thank you. When you're ready.
Thank you for the invite to come along and talk. One of our directors will be joining us shortly. Unfortunately, he's been held up in traffic, so as soon as he gets here, he will also join us. So I'm winging it at the moment. Yeah, so we've got a brief presentation to run through for the first half year. Got this right. So first of all, from a strategic update, there are three main objectives the board had set for us. First was bedding in our operations. We've now been in existence. This is the first full year of existence. Last year we had 11 months, and that's been about lifting our service, making sure we are delivering to Rotorua, and also building our commercial capabilities to expand the business. So, and I'll talk about this a little bit later on. In terms of satisfaction, we're putting in place measures. We've had those in place in the utilities area for some time, and we're seeing a improvement as rated by the council departments and staff in terms of the service they're getting from us as we lift that over time. We also had an objective to part of establishing our commerciality and proving we can commercially compete for work. We've been tasked to pick up extra work, so we have been going through commercial tenders. We've picked up work both with Rotorua Lakes Council. We have Scion's ground maintenance contract. We are currently doing water main renewal work for Tauranga Council. All been through commercial tender processes where we've come out as the successful party. We are working on some other work at the moment, potentially with Gisborne, but we've made the shortlist, which is great news. Past 14 down to the final 2. Hopefully in the next month or so we'll have some news around that work as well. And then third one was about actually delivering a profit from our business. In the last year before we were formed, technically our books showed a $500,000 loss in our division. We formed into a new CCO. We've got it to just about break even. We've achieved $60,000 loss last year. This year we're on track for a $300,000 profit. So in terms of lifting and turning that commerciality around while also lifting the service, we're on track. In terms of some other key strategic things that will be happening for the CCO and I wanted to bring to your attention, the first is that we're in the process of doing a rebrand of the organisation. When we were formed, we were formed under the name Rotorua Contracting. That was always a holding name. We didn't do a rebranding exercise. Castle Court was still out there as a name. This is now, as we're starting to go out into other areas and compete for work, we needed a name and a brand which we could build a reputation around. So Amphicor was selected as a good blank canvas name. Quite a bit of time and effort went into trying to find something that wasn't already taken, but also that could work for us. We've nearly completed building that together. We're just doing some work on, we want part of our tagline to also have a Maori version as well. We're working on that at the moment to develop that, as I believe we can attest. Yes. So that's something that will be rolled out over the next month and will start to appear on our vehicles. We've got our vehicles in Tauranga at the moment are using this brand. It will come into the Rotorua market over the next month. We're keeping it keep the cost to a minimum. We are focusing on, well, we'll rebrand the vehicles. We're not doing things like clothing and other signage replacement. It's just as they need replacing, we're rolling it out then as natural replacement to keep the cost to a minimum. The other thing we are doing is we're looking at modernising our systems and processes. We've had Deloitte's look at our organisation. We are a paper-based organisation. That is A, not efficient, and B, not what people want in terms of a service provider. So we are looking at bringing in systems and process to support that, to move ourselves into the modern age. It also is a key part of delivering further efficiencies through the use of systems. We're in the requirement stage at the moment. We hope to complete that work by July and have gone to market, made a selection and rolled it out, with the first stages being in place before Christmas and everything completed by in a year's time from now. Taking it forward to actually look at the financials, as we showed in our report, year to date we are sitting on a profit. We're slightly behind the profit we were hoping to sit on. The main reason for that is in project work. The market's been quite quiet in terms of the sort of work we're going for through the first quarter. It's certainly picked up now, and there's lots of work out there which we're competing for, but it was quite slow through that July, August, September period, slower than we'd anticipated, so we fell behind. Sorry, my director's just turned up. John, do you want to come and join us?
I'll help you answer the questions.
Yes.
Morning, everyone.
Good morning, John, and welcome. And for those that don't know, this is John McQuay.
So if we look at that, so that in terms of within that budget, within the financial position, in terms of what we're charging council for and the cost of the services, we're on track to be exactly what we budgeted it to be. In terms, as I said, the issue has been the quiet first quarter for project work, which was down. The consequence of that is our costs, there has been some flow-through effects of that. Two main factors. One, the project where we have done, we have some costs of that. We haven't yet received the income. That will be coming through, we hope, in this quarter. Well, not I hope, I know it's coming through. And also, we've put several efficiency improvements in place. The main benefit of those falls into the second half of the year. So those costs haven't flowed through yet to the impact on bottom line. If I project that forward where we're looking to be by year end, we are on track to deliver the services to council at the price we said we would, and also to make the surplus we said we would make. In that, we will be down overall on project work, both because of the slow start to the quarter and also then capacity. We're very mindful in taking new work on not to compromise our core serviceability. So there is some extra work we could pick up, but I'm not going to rush into it and compromise other services in the process. But what we're down in terms of project income, we're also down in terms of project costs. So those two offset each other, combined with the efficiencies we're starting to deliver. As I mentioned about cost to council of the services, we've been looking at what those costs are and on their track to be versus where they were in the long-term plans. As I said, before we were formed, we're actually over versus the budgeted amounts. Since formation, we've actually come in under LTP amounts and on track for our budget amount. All part of trying to drive that efficiencies which we were set up to do. And going back to, as I said earlier, the performance in terms of our satisfaction, this is just for the utility space. I don't have the equivalent data for parks and city cleaning, etc. We are have put or are putting those measures in place currently. It's the history is only in the utility space where this was first rolled out. But the trend as scored by council, not by ourselves, but by council, is our service is improving over time. We've gone from being in a reasonable and satisfactory level up to actually performing at a good level. The other things I wanted to touch on, we have some non-financial targets in our statement of intent. On each of those, in terms of zero harm in the workplace, we're on track there. In terms of keeping our number of injuries, serious harm cases drastically down, we've been targeting a 1/3 reduction year on year. We're on track to deliver that again for this coming year. The ACC accreditation is in place, and that lasts through to February 2018. Our ISO accreditation is in place, that goes through to 2019. Satisfaction with service, as I said, it's on track, it's improving. It's never done in terms of you don't know you're there till you've completed it and you keep the service all the way through. We can't pat ourselves on the back and say it's done yet. Reduction in net cost to the service, yes, we've brought it down versus LTP and we're on track to deliver what we set out to deliver. Diversifying the income base, as I said, we've picked up contracts outside and we're growing on that, and we hope to have further progress that in coming months. Employment opportunities, there has been an increase there, as I mentioned in the report. We've changed some of our recruitment processes, we've taken some roles, introduced part-time work, limited hours work for people, which has actually opened a whole new sector of the community to come and work for us. People who can finish by 3 o'clock in the afternoon and go home to their families, and if offering different work hours has opened up new opportunities and brought new skills in, because there are people out there with good skills where a 8 till 5 work a day doesn't suit them. And we've also put apprentice programs in place, and they're up and running, and we're doing qualification programs for existing staff to get them qualifications, recognising their experience. And that's part of the increasing the pathways for staff. So overall, either on track or delivered on all our non-financial targets. So in summary, strategically, the operating model is bedding in the organisation. It's starting to make a difference. We're getting in the outside work, and we're starting to deliver a profit. In terms of financials, our turnover is down, but we're on track for profit. Operations, service standards have been maintained or lifted, and non-financial targets, we're on track or have delivered already. So just to conclude, that's where I am, and I'll now open up to questions.
Thank you very much, Tim and John. We're now open for discussion. I've got Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Tim, thanks for your report. Just in terms of the contract you've secured with Tauranga, be interested in the duration of that contract, and also with the potential of other contracts further afield, Gisborne, as you've alluded to. Will they be serviced by staff based in Rotorua, or will you be setting up branches or staff placed elsewhere?
First of all, in terms of the Tauranga work, it's a 3-month piece of work installing new water mains in a range of streets in Mount Maunganui. So that will be a discrete piece of work which we're servicing with a dedicated team we've set up for project work here in Rotorua. We've had very positive feedback from Tauranga, and they have already offered up some additional work to us based on that activity. They have also signalled that there's potentially 2 or 3 contracts for next year they'd be very interested in us tendering for. Depending on the scale that we can service it at the moment from Rotorua, if it got to a scale where efficiency meant it would be better to have a site there, we have already spoken to the likes of Humes and Hines, our suppliers of materials, to use their depot for parking and base staff out. We're also, through our banking arrangement with BNZ, have access to office space up there. So we'll probably, if we did need to do we'll go and roost in somebody's site for a little while and then get a site of our own once we have enough work to support it. In terms of the Gisborne work, that is a major, that's their parks contract for 5 years, basically the same size of work we do here. If we did that, we would set up our own site in Gisborne. So we're on the short list for that at the moment. We'll know by May. If we get that, then we would set up a dedicated depot in that site, because it couldn't be serviced from anywhere else. It would need to be done. So, and we would use people from Gisborne, but we would look to exchange skills and experience between the two sites to build the strength and culture of the organisation.
Yes, we have a number of people that have indicated a question, so we'll go with your worship, followed by Councillor Okawa Kent and Mr BNZ Tule.
Thanks for that report. It's very encouraging to see the trend coming through in this year of operating of how we hoped it would go. So great to see. The non-performance target that you mentioned in there about employment and apprenticeships, can you just tell us which apprenticeships, and the other aspect that concerns us in terms of our demographic data, a high rate of unemployed young people, and yet this has been the great organisation where young people got exposed to the discipline of working with older people that taught them, you know, how to work. Is there any focus on showing young people that this is a career potential for them?
Yeah, so just to go through those things, the apprenticeships we have in place, we have a couple in our parks area.
Yeah.
So they're horticultural apprenticeships where they're going through. The new ones we've just launched in January are 5 apprentices in our utilities civil space. Now those are young people who have come in from us. A couple were workers who had originally worked with us when we had the refuse contract as lifters on the back of the vehicles, and they expressed an interest to train up and further themselves. So that's through Connexus, the industry training organisation. So we've set up that program with them, as well as we've got 15 experienced staff who are going through a recognition program. We are talking at the moment with the Gateway program about through schools to go in and bring there. We have had some students come in and do some work experience in the last year. We're looking at for this year bring more structure to that. We're having that conversation at the moment of what that might look like. We try and give them a proper work experience when they come out, so put them through and get them used to a work environment and show them what it means to be in a workplace. Part of that is getting people with building that right commitment from everybody involved. So at early stages on that Gateway stuff at the moment, we are in discussions.
Thank you. And I had another question, and it was about the KPI. You must be looking at your strategic planning going forward at this time of the annual cycle. Is there anything that you wish to indicate to us as councillors that might be altered in your current KPI? I know you'll do that through the Chief Executive, but it's quite good to know if we got the settings right.
Did you have anything in particular in mind?
No, just some business, some opportunities that you might like to get into that your current KPI stop you getting into.
Oh, no, I think our KPIs are driving us in the direction that we want to go, which is, you know, the internal focus, which is getting our efficiency, our quality of service up there, and then secondly, you know, being able to go out there and compete in the market. And one of the things I'd just like to add to what was said before about, you know, when we've got internships and bringing the, you know, young and developing our team, is we have to also balance that out with, you know, the commercial reality of, you know, as directors of this organisation, we have to do it in a manner that is going to allow us to still compete in the marketplace. So, you know, we've got that tension within the organisation. I'm not saying it's a bad tension. I think it's a really good tension where we're actually developing the team. We're reinvesting into the assets that have been perhaps kindly put at mind over the previous years. So there's a huge amount of investment that's going into both, you know, the human capital and the assets of the business to make sure that we're in a good place to not only be a valuable part of the community, but also make sure that we're a valuable part to the council as an organisation and you as a shareholder.
Councillor Okawa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your report this morning, and also I'm very pleased that with the successes in the contracts, because you did say, Tim, earlier on, 12 months ago, that was a gap having the skills and the expertise to acquire those contracts. But just a couple of questions, if I may. The systems improvements that you're intending to make, that you mentioned there, are you going to get the expertise from within RLC, or are you going external for that, to assist you in that? That's one question. And secondly, you did talk about the variation to the hours of your employees, which to me signals a move to, perhaps in some respects, to the casualisation of the workforce. And I hope that's not going to be a big move. Thank you. Just those two. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So first of all, yes, the contract capability has certainly stepped up in the organisation. In terms of the change in hours of employees, we're not looking to increase the casualisation. In fact, we've tried to reduce it. It's because there was too many temporary contract people working in the workforce. We've tried to build up more permanent employment, whether it's permanent full-time or permanent part-time. The focus we've been putting is looking at areas of the business where Monday to Friday 8 till 4:30 doesn't match the service requirements. So teams like our janitorial teams, where there's a 7-day service required, looking to use people who can work 2 or 3 days a week to meet that, or can work an early shift but not a late shift to try and get the service cover, but also broaden the employment opportunities. So that's more the changes we're making than the casualisation of it. Sorry, there was a second.
Systems one.
System
I'll have to go at that one, if you like. So in terms of the systems, at the moment we've got systems that aren't fit for purpose. So if we're going to have staff that are able to, work effectively, work efficiently, and work safely actually on site, we need quite a change in our systems, and that brings some modern techniques in terms of what they use on site and all the rest of it. So there's a lot of inefficiency within our current system, which is around double up in paperwork and really simple stupid stuff actually. So there's a program going on at the moment which is looking at the opportunities to change the systems. Now what we have to be mindful of is when we're working with council and the systems that like Sir Thomas is driving and so forth, is that we take a consolidated look at what's the most efficient use of resources across both organisations. And as a shareholder, I know council have an interest in that, but driving that is also, and again it's a tension, driving that is also the fact that if we're going to be competitive in the marketplace, we need to make sure that we've got good information and support at the worksite, and that management and us as directors have good information to make good decisions. So there has to be a change. How we do that, we haven't got a plan in place yet.
Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. Thank you for your report, and I think it's highly commendable that you've been able to win contracts in Tauranga. But I wonder if this is actually happening at to the detriment of work that needs to be done actually in Rotorua. And I would like to ask specifically why leaking water mains in Rotorua, reported 2 weeks ago, are still flowing. And I'm referring particularly to a badly leaking water main in Essen Street, which is leaking sufficiently badly to have lifted the lid of a meter box completely out of the box. And my understanding is that this has been reported repeatedly by several members of the public, and basically they have been told it's not a priority because it's not a geyser. That's my first question.
I'm not aware of the specific case you've mentioned. However, I am aware that all priority work that's been passed through to us, we have certainly on water leaks, everything from a 1 hour to 4 hour to 1 day response depending on it. And the last information I'm aware of, all the ones that have been passed through to us, we are on target to meet all those response times. So without knowing the specifics of that case, I'm not aware of an outstanding one, and that would normally be flagged straight to us if it was exceeding the times, and nothing has been flagged through. So I'm sorry, I can't answer specifically. I don't have the information. The information I have is that we're on top of all the work that has come through to us specifically at Rotorua Contracting.
Thank you. Then perhaps I can ask the Chief Executive to investigate why this failure in communication, which is what it appears to be, has taken place. My second question is, what is the cost of this excuse me, what is the cost of this rebranding exercise and why is it necessary?
Do the cost and
Yep.
do the
Yep.
why is it necessary?
Okay, so in terms of the cost, the total cost from start to finish, including all the rebrand of everything from clothing to vehicles that will be issued, is $40,000.
So the board made a decision that in terms of rebranding, we needed to get into the marketplace a brand that was credible and that was going to, I guess, install confidence that we're a professional, competent, efficient organisation that delivered quality services. Now, looked at some of the past brands, you know, the one obvious one is Castle Corp. Unfortunately, when we did amount of work on that and understood what the reflection of that brand was, we were starting from a bad place, and it was easier to pick up a new brand and move forward from there. Now, Rotorua Contracting was always never seen as a brand. It was seen as just an organisation name, and thereafter the intention was to create a brand, create an image that we could go forward with. And for core, probably you explained at the beginning, is to try and give a strong perception of it's about infrastructure, it's about the core services of a city, and Infracore over a period of time will build that brand to be the professional quality service delivery function that we want it to be. It's going to take time. Brands don't just build it overnight, and it takes constant work to make sure that that brand gives the perception that we wish.
Okay, we have quite a lot of questions. BNZ Tule, followed by Maxwell, Gould, Hunt, Kumar, and then Councillor Sturt. And just a reminder, we do have a full agenda, so please keep your questions concise.
Kia ora, Madam Chair. Thank you. Kia ora tātou. Kia ora kōrua. I'm aware that Castle Corp previously had an amazing internal culture, and part of it relied on the kaimahi, the workers of Te Aroha descent. Does that culture continue today in Infracore, and if so, how?
Yes, it is continuing, but evolving as well. And the evolving piece is some of the commerciality nature bringing in there. In terms of keeping the culture of the organisation and the proud heritage the organisation has, we've done a fair bit of work on actually working out what that means to the staff. We've done everything from values, workshops, and ways of working. We have part of the restructuring we've done. We've tried to give more accountability and more voice to the staff of the organisation. And what's come through very strongly is that pride in the history. And we're now trying to direct that pride of the history to say, well, what will we be proud of in the future, and turn that and direct it and use it for a force for good in the organisation to take us forward. But it's trying to give a very strong voice to the staff, recognising that strong heritage and what has been achieved by the organisation in the past, and mix in the external elements from outside.
Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, young Madam Chair. The question I'm going to ask, you touched on it earlier from a question from Councillor Rotorua Tate, but I just would like you to just briefly add a bit more to give me some examples. This is, Tim and John, this is to do with the part-time workers that you touched on, or even the flexible workers. What are some of the examples that you're talking about in the mahi, the work that they do?
So I mentioned janitorial, I'll talk about that. We've got, in terms of the janitorial service, it's a 7-day, 24-hour function to keep on top of all the toilet facilities around the district. In terms of that, we had a lot of staff who are very passionate about the work they were doing. They were notionally employed on a 40-hour week, but they were doing 60 hours of work over 7 days. they were very committed to that, but we also spoke to them about, well, this is not a sustainable model. We're going to find something different. So what we've done is we've introduced a staggered shift system and brought in some extra weekend workers to supplement them, so those people can have a life back again and stop doing the 60 hours and drop back to more like 40 or the mid-40s. And we've taken those hours and using extra staff or working 2-3 days a week to supplement the service. So it's brought the cost down. It's also given more of a work-life balance to the people who are involved in the process.
Thank you, Councillor Gould.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for your presentation this morning. Got a number of questions. One, with the modernising of the systems, a lot of government departments are finding it very difficult in their computer system and the cost of that particularly going up. Will the computer system which you modernise at the Infocore, will that be able to talk to the Rotorua Lakes Council computer systems, or will the council have to spend a little bit more money in trying to get the two systems to communicate? The $311,000 profit at the end of the year, are you going to use that to upgrade some of your plant and machinery, as some of your plant and machinery at the present time is getting quite old, like your mowing system, mowers and things like that? Because I feel that you need to probably increase your age of your machinery, because it means your maintenance in the long term will be less.
Do you want me to do the first one?
Yes, sure.
Yep. So in terms of how we will make a decision about the systems investment, it's going to be like any other investment where it has to actually give a rate of return and that it's going to improve profitability. So we'll get a report from management. Management will say this system is going to cost us this much to put in place, and there we're expecting these efficiencies which will give us this much money in return or increase in profitability over a period of time. Now, I'm from a corporate finance background, so what that means is from a corporate finance, you look at the cash flows that you're investing at the front and the cash flows that you're saving over a period of time, and make sure that they're positive over a period of time. So how we invest, we don't know yet because we haven't got the report back. So we're in the process of the analysis. Then we'll get an understanding of what the possible solutions are. Once we've got an idea of the solutions, then we look at the corporate finance side to make sure that it's going to give us a better bottom line. Ultimately, that's what we're looking for, is efficiency in any system that we've got. So it has to be positive. So that's the system side. I'll let you talk about the assets side.
So just to finish off the system side, one of our requirements is interoperability with the council or any client we are dealing with. So we're building that into our requirements of selection. It's got to be able to operate with council systems. So we do not want to create a situation where we're putting any cost onto council to fit in there. It's got to be able to operate and prove in there. If we're going to buy a product, it's got to meet those criteria already. So that shouldn't be an issue. And on to the assets, yes, that the intent in our business plan was about making a profit. That profit was to reinvest in the business, in the assets of the business. We flagged that we think there was about $500,000 over 2 years to be spent to bring our assets up to what we'd call an acceptable standard, and then there is around another $500,000 a year in natural replacement cost on those assets. So we will use that money to fund that. That's money the business has to fund itself to reinvest back into the business. We have already, specifically on the mowing equipment, spent $300,000 of capital on upgrading our mowing fleet for exactly the reasons you highlighted. It was worn out and in a bad state. So we have already started that process.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt, followed by Kumar and Sturt before we move on to the next item.
Thanks, Tim and John. It's really on your systems. How digitally connected is your workforce currently, and what are your aspirations?
Do you want me to? I'd say digitally connected not at this stage. It's pretty much a paper-based system. In terms of where we want to get to, obviously we'd love the state-of-art type of system, but it's going to come down to affordability and what makes sense in terms of what, again, sort of the same sort of answer I gave before, will it give a positive cash flow? So there'll be a happy medium place, I imagine, in there somewhere. Obviously, we'd like the state-of-the-art, but that's not usually the most efficient and cost-effective answer to it. But we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see.
And just additionally, the expectation that there would be some training for staff within that, because of the workforce you have may not be up to date. I would just like to take page 23. One of the things that's highlighted is your next lot of work, which is the mowing area, and I've had some very positive feedback about some improvements in that area already, and I'm specifically referring to Lake Road and Kura Park, where the edges around the new paving and some old paving has been trimmed, and while it may seem a minor improvement to some, it's certainly improved the aesthetics, and I'm certainly getting very positive feedback around that, so I'd just like to pass that on to you and your staff.
Thank you. Councillor Kumar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Tim and John, for your presentation, and thank you, Tim, for your report. I'm a bit muddled up in what I'm trying to sort of achieve. Anyway, in a very competitive environment, based on achieving the KPI as mentioned by Her Worship, and touching on fellow Councillor Rakawa Tate's concern of the casual labour and the way we are going, are we able to know if that's what the employees are looking for, or are they being pushed into that direction? My question is there a happy gauge meter report? As a shareholder, I'd like to know if we are a great team and that the staff who are the heart of the operation is what they're looking for. Are they feeling secured about their jobs? Do we have a happy culture? Thank you.
So in terms of the engagement and happy culture in the organisation, we kicked off last year doing engagement studies where the staff give a voice. We use independent assessments of that. That's an annual process. We will do it again in May, June to see where the movement's been. I would certainly, I'm hoping to see some positive movements in that place there. Are staff certain about their future? Fair to say in the past, and I think I've said at this committee, it is an issue for our staff. We are bringing more stability to that as they see us picking up new work and getting more certainty about the future. That stability is setting in. In terms of the employment conditions for our staff, we are a largely unionised workforce. We work very closely with the unions, so they are that is very much front of mind for our staff and their representation there, and our approach is to work with the unions to make sure in achieving our commercial and strategic goals we also take the staff along, because they are our most precious asset. So I am confident we are taking the staff are coming on this journey with us and coming along happily. Does that mean that there are people facing changes? Yes, there are. Is it challenging for some people? Yes, but it is moving in a positive direction.
Quick question from your worship relating to that.
It was really a supplementary to Councillor Hunt, but I recall a year ago there was an issue that came to the council table about the use of glyphosate spraying and mowing, and we were watching Tauranga Council. That was the response that we got then, that we were watching their trial on the use of abandoning glyphosate, and I wonder if you could give us any update on that, because that is over a year ago.
That's probably a question better directed to Rob Catley and his parks team. We are working with them on that and the monitoring there. Certainly it's whatever the requirement is, we'll change it, but it's best, I think, to go to Rob's team to answer that. So.
Councillor Stewart.
A couple of comments to follow up from Her Worship the Mayor. I was going to ask the question about glyphosate or whatever it is, that horrible stuff. But Rob's coming in a little bit later, so we'll ask him then. Tim and John, just last year, or the season before last, I had a number of complaints about mowing, and taking on board what Councillor Hunt said, certainly in the high-profile areas, there has been vast improvement, and I thank you for that. Prior to Christmas, I did get a couple of complaints regarding Kauai Cemetery. I rang them through. If I see a leaky water main, I ring it through to your office, to down at the depot, and within 24, 48 hours those issues are dealt with. So in terms of best practice, is that what you want us to continue doing, that if we get these issues is to come direct through to you?
Certainly they need to come through to us and we resolve them there. The preference is that goes through the council call centre into the process, so tracking through there. So going through the council so it can come to us is the best way there, because that gives the best transparency of everything that's occurring. Just on the mowing and that there, it is a live, active issue. Jeff and his team keep us very honest around that piece of work. And it's a struggle to find the best solutions and look at different options. The key is working together and working out, well, what actually is the requirement and how do we deliver that? I think Jeff can definitely attest we've had some challenging conversations trying to work out how best to deliver the results. It's pleasing to hear that it is making a difference. It is a work in progress to find the best solutions to meet the presentation and requirements of the city.
Lastly, Councillor Bentley.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr Hammond, I'm surprised, and I appreciate that you must change the name of Castle Corp or Rotorua Contracting, and I quite like the sound of the new name, but however I'm a bit confused as to how you come up with a 40k cost on it, in that only a couple of years ago Rotorua District Council became Rotorua Lakes Council, when we were assured at that time that it would cost no more than $10,000. And we're a much bigger firm than Castle Corp.
In terms of the coming up with that cost, that was we've gone through and looked at all the things that need doing. What's it going to cost to do that? There was about $10,000 in the exercise up front in sort of what is the name going to be, doing the appropriate searches, finding the appropriate name, and then the subsequent stuff in terms of rebranding vehicles, painting stuff, changing signs, that sort of thing. It's just added up to $40,000. I can't comment on the $10,000 price. That is the price at cost that we took to the board, an estimate of what it would cost as a genuine estimate of the full all-up cost of doing this work. We hope to come in slightly under that, hopefully.
I guess just one thing to add to that, you know, the payback on that investment of 40k has come back really quickly. If we just look at the Tauranga example of that contract, that was under Infracore branding, and with that one contract we were able to deliver on time, on budget. I'm sure Tim actually pointed out that we actually exceeded their expectations around quality. Now that image has stuck with Infracore from day one, so already they're talking about giving us more work. So that Infracore investment of 40k has turned into probably, you know, a huge amount over a very short period of time. So I'm really comfortable with the decision that the board made to spend that sort of money, because I know the return on investment, the return back to the shareholder, has probably come back in about 6 months. That's an incredible investment. I wish I could put my money in that sort of investment in a short time. So I'm comfortable with it.
You just got a comment from your worship?
Yes, I have got a comment on that. I think $40,000 is a very fair price for branding. If you really do a corporate rebrand, as we understand in that corporate world, it can be $170,000. We did it on the cheap for Rotorua Lakes Council because of the need to bring the brand in slowly. We did it in-house, we didn't contract it out, and it was something for me that is a residue that I think actually in the future needs another look at. And I applaud what you've done, and you're winning contracts as a result, and branding is a very important component to business effectiveness. So 40,000, as you said, you've got a multiplier back. It just sort of reminded me that we might need to look at ours again at some stage. Look, that's a very reasonable cost, and well done.
The company that I work for has just recently rebranded. We employ 40 staff and we got no change out of $100,000.
Thank you. Well, that concludes our questions. Thank you very much. And I'd just like to acknowledge the strategic changes you have made to improve efficiency and, importantly, the improvements to employment opportunities because, as you said, people are our greatest asset and families are our greatest asset. So thank you both. Next, we'll be welcoming Chief Executive Michelle Templer from Destination Rotorua. And just a quick note, you may notice our chair has arrived, so at the conclusion of this section of the report, we'll then switch over. Thank you. So a warm welcome to Michelle. I believe it's the first time you've been in front of our council.
That's correct, kia ora. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Firstly, thank you very much. Firstly, thank you very much for the opportunity to present this morning. First, Madam Chair, Callum is supporting providing an updated financials, which I will speak to initially. Having come in as a new CE, we've been going through with some diligence looking at our finances, hence the update, and just a number of points on that. Our commission is tracking higher than budget, and that's principally driven through the eyesight. We have a number of other revenues, which is around partnerships with industry, and then we have our Rotorua Tourism Investment Partnership Program. The expenditure is still tracking below budget, as are employee costs. One of the key reasons for the employee costs being under is actually the time where there wasn't actually a chief executive. The role was open, and the increase in bank fees and merchant charges is again related to eyesight, just through the selling of transactions of retail items. Our core focus is very much to, again, review and ensure that we're delivering value to our shareholders, and that is an ongoing area of priority. And at this stage, we are tracking to end the financial year in budget. I'd now like to move on to just giving you a broader update. Make sure what's going on. So our core objectives as a newly founded CCO is very much to improve the economic and social wellbeing of people in our community. We're aiming to do this by growing the visitor economy, creating a vibrant investment environment, and developing international education and enabling positive business development. So I'd now like to go through against our statement of intent our key areas. One is tourism growth. In achieving our target of 1 billion in visitor expenditure by 2030, we're on track to do this. Visitor spend, which is an important indicator for us for the 2016 year, shows that we had a record to year-end December of 770 million. This is actually up 6.6% from the 2015 level. And some key areas within that were international spending, climbing 5.5% to 370 million, while New Zealand visitor expenditure grew by 7.7%. Tourism continues to be a key employer in Rotorua, and recent Infometrics data is still showing that its share of total employment in the Rotorua area is 18.4%, and that compares to 8% nationally. For me, that highlights why as Rotorua Economic Development Limited, why we still have a strong and targeted focus on growing the visitor economy. Coming in new, one of the other key areas has been to review our tourism investment partnership with industry. This is an award-winning partnership and a real area for us to actually get close with the tourism industry and ensure that we're delivering and meeting their needs, because they're one of our primary customers. We've agreed with industry that we needed to relook after 3 years. It was timely, and after the success, to look at what is our shared vision and purpose for them to be confident making that investment, what is the benefit of collaboration, and how we're going to balance out the contribution and success measures. I'm pleased to say that we did a comprehensive survey of partners. We also surveyed non-partners, and from that we held a series of workshops. The biggest thing that came through was a real passion and commitment to the destination and a strong intent to continue in partnership with Destination Rotorua. We looked at a shared vision and what we would like Rotorua to be from a visitor experience, and that very much focused on creating a vibrant, authentic and an aspirational destination. Concurrently to this meeting is a meeting with the advisory board of that group, where we'll be looking at the recommendations to take that forward. This partnership still continues to be one of the leading examples of partnering with industry, and where from very small operators through to large operators, we can come together to achieve more with our investment. You might hear a bit of a theme, so also a review of the Famously campaign. That's our domestic focused campaign. And we've again felt that it's timely after 3 years of a very successful campaign domestically that we need to look at and refresh our messages. So we're currently nearing the end of the RFP process, and then again we will take the preferred options to industry to ensure that we're aligned on how we best promote this special place. Business events from the quarterly 1 through to quarterly 2, we've had a very strong uplift in delegate days, moving from up 46% market share versus a 29% decline nationally for year-to-date December 16. Business events continues to be an important area. We know that business delegates spend more while they're here, and we also know that they are one of the key areas for us to actually balance out seasonal peaks and lows. So we have particularly large target on bringing in events during the shoulder and winter season. For me, coming in new, this was one of the most pleasing results, because we're very aware that the landscape is becoming increasingly competitive, and the work that the team does actually is mostly around booking conferences through to 2018 and 2019. At this stage, we're on target to hit our end of year of 9% key performance measure. We've also however, started to look deeply into the statistics and how we can dive into those and do better. And one of the things that is consistent is that our average conference size, particularly at the EEC, is increasing in number of delegates, and the average length of stay is increasing from 3 to 3.8 days. I'm aware that probably doesn't sound a lot, but our overall strategy is to increase the length of stay and number of delegates and ensure that we're targeting higher value rather than people coming in for a day conference and exiting. We're also introducing a number of satisfaction measures and using that to help inform us on how we can improve and meet the needs of delegates going forward. The eyesight, our current Net Promoter Score is tracking at 94% year-to-date to December. We have an end-of-year financial target of 85%. The eyesight continues to improve revenues, but we are very aware that we are still an active gateway for customers coming into the city, and increasingly eyesight is being asked to support decision making. One thing we're tracking is that people are coming in, and rather than making a booking on the spot, they want to talk to someone, a local expert. So they've looked on their smartphone and their iPad and on the web, and they have a lot of information available to them. And there is a real desire to talk to someone locally to help them match their experience with, their needs. This, however, looking forward, means that we are seeing, people booking conversely at a domestic level at the last minute, so they're making their minds up sometimes when they're here. While we are seeing demand increases, that internationals are expecting things to be busier, so needing to book ahead. Destination Rotorua will continue to focus on higher value visitors, encouraging them to stay longer and do more. Investment attraction and business development. Our GDP indicators show that the Rotorua district was up 3.9% for the year to December 2016 compared to the year earlier. Growth was higher than the national average of 3.2%, and the same as the Bay of Plenty region, which also came in at 3.9%. Our priorities around investment attraction is very much to refocus to Rotorua being recognised as an attractive and viable investment destination with specific areas of competitive advantage. We're also focused on supporting current investors and developers in the attraction of investment and removal of barriers for growth and retention. Another key focus is to enhance the confidence of Rotorua as a business investment destination. A key strand of that has been the talent attraction campaign. One of the, again, in our review of investment attraction and business development, has been updates from potential investors or businesses looking to relocate about their absolute need for confidence that there are the skills and talent here that will enable them to run their business profitably and successfully, as well as having a meaningful engagement in the community. They regularly ask us, will I find the right sort of people to ensure my business is a success? How can we ensure that when the tourists in the lower season aren't using our services, that there's a vibrant local economy that will take us through the shoulder season? So I'm very pleased that our Love Life, Live Rotorua campaign is in play. We've been looking at how we leverage that to also improve perception of the destination for domestic visitors, as well as international students, and how we connect and retain international students that have made a commitment to study in the region. This is also having, we're looking at investor migrants, and a key priority there is understanding their decision making, and that is very much about winning hearts and minds, because for them it's deciding where they'd like to be. The Love Life, Live Rotorua campaign, our inquiries peaked on the 23rd of January, and that's following a fairly time-honoured tradition where people go away for the Christmas holidays and wonder if their job and their lifestyle is the best that can be. We've had significant uplift in website visits, up 225%. And this week we have had particularly good focus results on a day in the life in Rotorua with Tristram Clayton. These activities, together with the Famously campaign, are very much focused on raising the awareness and desirability of this as a destination, not only to invest and do business, but to live, work and play. Connecting to our monitoring indicators, again, a significant improvement in business confidence, up 51 points in Rotorua, which was ahead of the national average. This could be seen as, highlighting that there's a level of vibrancy and definitely demand on the skilled workforce and a shift to higher skill requirements, which again I think supports the investment in a talent attraction campaign. We do note that, I note that residential consents decline against national average and anecdotal demand for housing and rental accommodation support this relocation. However, it may become a barrier if it's not addressed to talent attraction in the future. In regards to business development, we've undertaken a comprehensive mapping of support services, and this is very much about us looking at how we actually get alongside businesses. So traditionally we've focused on promoting our tourism business and attracting inward investment, and we're reorientating around how do we actually help businesses grow and succeed in an increasingly competitive environment. The mapping we've done identifies that there are a number of opportunities for a role for us to play, because we don't want to displace what's available publicly or privately, and that is very much around identifying and accelerating growth opportunities for businesses that have a growth aspiration. We've also been doing a review of our engagement with central government and how we optimise that. Central government has a range of opportunities to support the growth and development of not only regions but businesses, and we're currently working with the Ministry of Business, Innovation and Education and Employment on major forestry work. The forestry research is very much focused on engineered wood products, and that is a core part of our focus to support the forestry industry. We're also looking at how we access funds such as the Tourism Growth Partnership, and I'm very pleased that 2 of our local businesses have had recent success. But we're increasingly moving to look at areas like Callaghan Innovation, which is the national R&D support services, on how we support companies maximise engagement with that so that their R&D dollars are spent effectively. We're also working with the Ministry of Primary Industries around the Primary Growth Partnership funding, which will support optimising our land use and any changes to land use required. We're also working with the National Economic Development Agency, New Zealand Trade and Enterprise, and focusing on international growth funds, as well as the investment team to support our work. As part of our partnership with Council, we're also working with the Bay of Plenty around regional tourism partnership funds for major infrastructure. I just wanted to touch on and update you as well, our work with New Zealand Trade and Enterprises investment team, which is a government-led initiative to attract major hotel infrastructure. That project has been a good opportunity for us to work in partnership with central government to ensure that we have information in order for investors to consider the opportunities. But it's also been a learning process for us around what we need to provide to ensure that investors have a compelling proposition and providing direct market feedback. I believe there's opportunity for ongoing hotel development in Rotorua, particularly in line with our strategy of improving high-value visitor segments. We continue, however, to be committed to working with the accommodation industry to sustain and grow occupancy throughout the year and across all accommodation types and star ratings. Just wanted to sum up, being in the role around 4 months, just with some observations. Following the creation of the CCO in July, integration and alignment of culture and realising synergies is definitely a work in progress. The merger of the functions of the former Economic Development CCO, Grow Rotorua, the Destination Marketing Unit, the eyesight services and our business events team, in addition to the new focus areas on business development, are requiring quite a substantive review of how we actually achieve that and deliver against our purpose and objectives. We're continuing to focus on our capability to ensure that we deliver the purpose and objectives effectively and partner with business, investment and the tourism community. A critical part of that has been engagement with stakeholders, and that remains an absolute priority. We need to be aligned to ensure that we're delivering value, and we absolutely need to partner in order to achieve our goals cost effectively and avoid duplication. Another observation is that we really need to look at how we communicate our Rotorua story. So not just our tourism proposition, but to businesses, to students, to talent, and how they actually work collaboratively together to get some really, make a difference. Our value proposition is therefore a real priority because it's becoming an increasingly competitive landscape for visitors, for investment, for talent and for students. Also, a bit like Tim's presentation, really deep diving into how changes in the landscape, the technology, behaviour and life cycles are impacting how people engage with our destination, their experience and satisfaction, and what that means for us as Rotorua Economic Development Limited and how we meet those needs. That's all for me. I'm very happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Michelle. I think that was a pretty amazing report for someone who's only been with the organisation for about 6 months now, I think it is. So thank you very much. 4. Okay, very good. And I can actually see your experience and knowledge from working overseas with NZ Trade and Enterprise, and particularly the UK, I think it was really coming through. So thank you very much for your knowledge and your informative presentation. So I'll now open up for questions. We have Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Michelle, thank you very much for a very positive report to us. Actually, it's helped me appreciate why we're putting tourism and economic development together. I was a bit I thought they needed to stand alone, but the excellent presentation you've given to us tells us even more why they're aligned. I mean, I'm so encouraged in that also, and you've highlighted the fact that tourism is a key employer, 18.4%, wow, and it's only 8% in the rest of the country. So I say hats off to you, the surveys and the refresh campaign, that's excellent. So just keeping concise, because I know there'll be other people like to say something. Can I just say if you could pass on to your staff, the wonderful memorial service they did for Doug Tamaki, Oscar and Kiri and Nadine. I went down to it last Friday, done at short notice. The funeral was in Tauranga, but I'm glad something was done here, and acknowledging icons in tourism here, but also acknowledging Doug, but also mentioning Harvey James, who's also passed on. So please acknowledge that. And I was very encouraged by hearing you say also that working with Callaghan Innovation, because we have local Rotorua people who are in that company that would want to do something with us here. So, Madam Chair, kia ora.
Councillor Rotorua-Tate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Michelle. I concur with the comments of our Madam Chair about the breadth and depth of your report. And really, when you sit here listening to it, you just realise how interlinked everything is. Talent, jobs, housing, the environment, tourism, innovation, everything is so interlinked. So thank you very much for that. You mentioned the opportunity that you have to collaborate with stakeholders, and I appreciate that and how important that is. I think there's a group of stakeholders that we're sort of shining the spotlight on in rather a negative light at this point in time, and I would like your views on that. And this is the sector, the B&B sector and the airbed sector, and because I believe they do make a short-term accommodation people, they make a contribution, and I think they can have a bigger one in the future. So I just wanted to ask, do you actually see them as a stakeholder or just some nebulous group of people on the sidelines? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tate. It's a very timely question. We have reached out to entities like Airbnb and Bookabatch. Bookabatch is one of the bigger players here. We're very mindful that they play a very significant role in this town, in this region, and there are some positive things around that. We are one of the, we get a very positive response from families in particular wanting to come and stay and experience the destination. We know that at times, which is a fantastic thing, that we're struggling with capacity, and we would certainly rather people, we weren't turning people away. We also know that visitors are increasingly coming here because one of the things they love about the destination is authentic experiences. So we are certainly working with them, and the challenge, I think, for us is particularly in how we capture some of our success measures. We don't have a way of capturing numbers going. We do have a private homes monitor, which doesn't pick up Airbnb or Bookabatch. We also have the commercial accommodation monitor, but we can't actually at this stage track private rentals. But we're also mindful that there is a strong consideration around a level playing field. So we would encourage council to consider how we ensure there is a level playing field for, all accommodation providers, because they certainly are benefiting from, promotion and vibrancy of the destination, as well as contributing to it.
Thank you. Councillor Gould.
Chair, thank you for your report today. When you put, quote, working with the accommodation industry, may I suggest you work with the hotel industry and key tourist sites about putting security cameras in, mainly at the car parks, because what we're trying to do is encourage more conferences, but we are having a huge problem out there in a number of areas where people get dissatisfied coming to Rotorua, having something bad go wrong, and going back home and said, look, it's happened in Rotorua again, and it's not good. It's not good for the tourist industry.
Thank you, Councillor Gould. I'll just get Michelle to note that actually instead of take that as a question for her. Next up we have Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. Michelle, thank you very much for your report. I was very pleased to see that the Famously campaign is up for review. I've never been a fan of it in terms of the branding. I tend to believe with Professor Stevens that we can actually do a lot better. So I'm very pleased to see that happening. My question is, you said that you're going out RFPs to consider the review. How widely are you going with that?
We went out with a request for a refresh of the Famously campaign. That opportunity has been taken up by 5 different entities. They come from a range of areas. We were particularly keen to encourage local engagement on that, so we've actually made it clear that we were comfortable with people collaborating to deliver a campaign. We had the last pitch today, at which point there'll be a shortlist. But again, probably what I can say is it's very interesting. We've done quite a substantive amount of research on the success of the campaign, and as part of the review, understanding how it has shifted perception. And generally, it's felt that it was successful in shifting perceptions around the destination. But there's also a recognition that potentially it is time to refresh and look at new ways of engaging. Particularly, we're now targeting the South Island, and we're keen to support, movement of people again through Christchurch airport links as well.
Thank you. My second question relates to your comments about sort of attempting to grow the local economy, and I feel the local economy is actually probably just as important, if not more important, than the tourism economy, if we're looking to attract growth to the destination. And I wonder if you can comment on the fact that the last figures that I saw, the growth in retail card spend from Rotorua card holders was growing faster in Taupo than in Rotorua.
I haven't seen that specific data set. I am aware that our retail spend has been increasing as well, but I concur that very much the focus of this organisation is to really look at growth across all sectors, not just tourism.
Councillor Hunt.
Someone made a comment to me recently that we keep hearing that small cities and towns need tourism, and equally tourism needs small cities and towns. So I'm very pleased that part of your process is looking at the reorientation to businesses, and you talked about the shared vision with partners and non-partners. So is that the businesses, those existing businesses, many of those non-partners currently that you're going to target to grow that capacity?
Those comments were relating to the Tourism Investment Partnership program. So currently the partnership, which is a co-investment partnership, actually is major attractions, activities, hotels, motels, bed and breakfast, quite a range. And there has been quite a substantive discussion around tourism's impact, in particular on hospitality, retail. And so we did want to canvass their thoughts. I think at a broader level, though, we are looking at how we certainly partner with other sectors, not just tourism, in achieving their growth aspirations. But they are likely to fall into areas such as forestry, but also the wider visitor experience. And so we're looking at some of that is retail orientated, but it is very much premised around businesses with aspiration to grow and expand as a business, just not just sell more.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Michelle. It's complex depth now that you cover in the merged entity. Just on retail trade, the latest infometrics actually show that Rotorua is 6.2% compared to the New Zealand average of 2.9%. So, and these were released this week. But could I just ask you about the destination making, because that was something we were pretty hot about with Terry Stevens coming here. And what are some of the changes that you're implementing to lift our game? And I also liked your comment about, I get sick of reading guest nights. It's the length of stay that we like, but Infometrics only reports on guest nights. So how do we influence those changes? Because really the length of stay that you mentioned is the one that's showing there's a greater depth of experience here. So destination making, what are we doing? Bit of brand confusion in there too, I think, at the moment, and I'm sure you're well aware of that. And how do we influence those changes for how we're measured?
So I'll start with destination making. I've had the opportunity to talk to Terry Stevens, and so that was fantastic to get his direct feedback. I think the big thing is there were a number of themes in his report. So we're really honing in now on how we shift the dial on those. He made a number of recommendations, and we've started to theme those up and build them into them. One was innovation, and so as part of our working closer with businesses, a key priority is around keeping our offering to the market vibrant. But also considering the wider landscape, which is very much around that destination making. So not just visitors' experience, but also our own residents. This is our home, their experience. So we're looking at how we work collaboratively with Council on the 2030 vision, because those are a large number of things that directly pertain to destination making. But again, another thing he recommended was close partnership with industry and stakeholders. And we need to do a better job of that. So we've taken that on board. And some of the initiatives are working with Toi Okomai, and we're looking at how we collaborate with them around ensuring that their training offering reflects industry needs. We've also put in place our internship at the eyesight, because we're very keen that people understand that there is a future career and expertise in the tourism service and the wider service industry. And another key area was investment, and he talked a lot around investment and partnership with Indigenous assets. And again, I guess a core focus has been very much on our, for me, just reviewing and seeing where we are, but looking forward to going out and engaging around those areas.
Thank you. And we have our last question from Councillor Kumar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your report, Michelle. Just wanted to know, the Maxim report said that we will be a ghost/zombie town in 20 years' time. Have you factored anything from that report towards it as to where we might not be heading, please?
Thank you, Councillor Kumar. I think it's, reports like that just again highlight for me our absolute need to actually have a focus on Rotorua Economic Development Limited, trading as Destination Rotorua, so to absolutely get those synergies around vibrancy within the business community, the investment, residents, visitors, students. So for me, it really galvanised our need to make sure we're focusing. I didn't answer the Mayor's second question, but one of the things in the Maxim report, and apologies, Mayor, we are actually starting to find that statistics and analysis has possibly not kept up with the changing landscape of how traditionally we've measured. Things like the commercial accommodation monitor only, one, it relies on returns from businesses, and a number of, businesses are very busy. But secondly, how people engage with the destination from a work point of view. So one thing in response to that is a commitment from me to go and engage with some of the statisticians so that we are getting a truer and fairer reflection of the activity. But I think too, it is a reminder that we shouldn't be complacent. Some regions have got and invested probably more heavily into how they lead with their overall investment proposition and business relocation. And so that is a core focus to respond to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michelle, for your report. It's very refreshing to know that you're looking at statistics, not just from a past point of view, but forecasting what could happen in the future. So thank you very much. And once again, from all of us, welcome to this organisation. Thank you. So next up, we have our CCO, the Rotorua Airport, from Mark Gibb. Now, this may be a new face to some of you. Mark Gibb has actually just joined us very recently, in January, I believe. He comes as the ex-property manager of Fonterra, so a bit of a lifestyle change, but we're very pleased to have you. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you. What I'd like to do is just run through a very quick update in terms of where the airport is sitting from a 6-monthly performance perspective. I'll keep it fairly high level. And I've allowed a period of time at the back end to obviously take questions. So just moving forward, we can hopefully moving forward. Here we go. So I suppose in terms of key highlights, first off the bat is operating revenue is sitting at 2.51 million year to date versus a budget of 2.44 million. So that's very positive. That's translated down to a net surplus position of 298,000 versus a budgeted position of $55,000. If I look at extrapolating that out to a year-end position, it's likely we're going to finish up between $420,000 to $450,000 in terms of a net surplus position against a budget of just over $100,000. At the next board meeting, a decision will be made in terms of how those funds are utilised, but the general consensus at this juncture is any surplus would be directed towards the repayment of debt. In terms of passenger movements, we're sitting at about 3.9% up on last year, and if I go back over the last 3 years, that number is fairly consistent. So what that means at an annualised level is Rotorua Airport will facilitate passenger movements of around 250,000 people over the year. In terms of the composition of those numbers, we're looking at a significant bias towards tourists, and again I can cover that in a bit more detail going forward. Next point, Air New Zealand, they launched a revised sector schedule in October 2016, and it would be fair to say that there's been a degree of consternation around some of the scheduling within that sector schedule. Most specifically, there's an issue around the early morning flight from a business perspective to Wellington. So we are in a phase of data gathering and working with local business to proffer a case forward with Air New Zealand that supports reconsideration of that initial service. I would though say is that we are operating in a very dynamic air transport market at this stage, and if you look at the broader performance of the sectors, Wellington over the last 2 to 3 years has tended to trend down, which does support Air New Zealand's review of the size and the frequency of aircraft. But if I look at the other sectors, Christchurch as an example is performing incredibly well. If we're looking at the capacity on that sector at the moment, Air New Zealand are bringing in incremental flights into the schedule, and our loadings are sitting at about 82%, which in general terms is a very healthy barometer for us going forward. Next point is a strategic approach towards flight sector development. So the days of an airport simply sitting and waiting for passengers to come through the turnstile have long gone. It's been an effective airport, and I say this from a commercial as well as a community perspective. We need to be more invasive into the way that travel schedules and routes are determined and designed. So from our perspective, that means that we need to look to collaborate more fully with key strategic partners, i.e. airports, and that can be at a domestic level and at an international level. We need to work more aggressively with tourism operators to ensure that groups that are booked to come into New Zealand, we can back in domestic travel solutions to ensure that they come to Rotorua. So there's a lot happening, especially with the big three airports in Auckland, Wellington and Christchurch, and we need to ensure that we remain relevant to those conversations going forward. The last point is really a focus on the establishment of broader revenue streams, and I've said here non-aeronautical. Look, in some ways an airport is a quasi-property company. We've got an asset in Rotorua of an airport that's worth circa $45 million based on transfer, that's tied up in bricks and mortar and runway. The income we derive from passenger movements is a key component of that, but equally we need to keep an eye on the opportunity around non-aeronautical income, and I would say that in the context of the development of a general aviation sector, which we have a very weak one at Rotorua, and there's a number of historical reasons on that. And also we have a significant land parcel. We have 102 hectares of land at the airport, and potentially about a third of that could be moved towards the provision of land for compatible aviation, industrial, business activity that you would historically and I suppose look to find in a broader airport precinct. So that provides a great opportunity for us today and certainly into the future. Whoops. In terms of the SOI, just the key priorities. So just to reconfirm those, to obviously be a safe airport, to help the council achieve its growth aspirations, to be an airport to be proud of. One thing I've found as an incoming CE is we have a very small team at the airport. We have 6 rescue fire guys that run shifts from 5 a.m. in the morning to 10 o'clock at night, 7 days a week. We have a chief of fire, we have 3 fantastic cleaning ladies, we have myself and one other. And all of those people are fantastic ambassadors for our business at the airport and more fully Rotorua. And they've got a high degree of engagement, and I would say that degree of engagement cuts right through the broader airport community. So one thing for me, I suppose as mayor of the airport, let's say, is to ensure that we're harnessing that positivity not just within our staff, but also ensuring that Air New Zealand, that our ramp guys, that the tourism operators are all moving forward together in the most positive way possible. Manage and maintain the assets to a high standard. Again, we've got very stringent criteria we operate under from a CAA perspective that we need to keep an eye on, and critical within that is making sure that we can keep the airport open as often as possible. February was a very difficult month for us. We had 17 cancellations in February, 12 of those were weather related. So we do have challenging conditions at times we need to deal with, but positively we are working with Airways at the moment around the implementation of more appropriate technologies that will enable a number of aircraft that can't land at the moment in those conditions to certainly land in the future, which will give us greater reliability. And the last point is around being financially stable, and the key message here is really Going back to the asset base, my focus is really on moving towards achieving a return on investment that's appropriate as a barometer against the value of assets at 45 million. So that will be a strong focus going forward. Into performance indicators, I will quickly just glance through these. The first is aircraft movements. If we look at where we're sitting relative to budget, we're actually 17% down on aircraft movements. Now, that in itself is not overly negative. We're up by 6% in terms of capacity, seating capacity this year relative to last year. What it means though is Air New Zealand is our principal carrier moving into upgauging aircraft. So whereas they may have had an aircraft that had 52 seats, it's more economic for them to bring in an ATR, say at 72 seats, into the sectors. So what we're finding now is Air New Zealand will manipulate the size of the aircraft as opposed to looking to drop them off the schedule, which means from a customer perspective we'll have more consistency in terms of aircraft remaining on timetable. Passenger growth, year to date we're sitting at about 115,000 against a total of 116. As I'd alluded to earlier, that's tracking towards a target of around about 250,000 for year end. It is a lumpy schedule though, so it's not linear. We do find that December, January, February through to Easter are the peak months. April through June it tends to taper off. Though we will have some unique events coming up, i.e. the Lions, it will give us a healthy boost as we move towards year end. In terms of the net surplus position, again I'd alluded to earlier that the budget was 55k, we're sitting at just under $300,000 and that's tracking towards a figure of over 400k year end, which will be a very positive result for the airport. Customer satisfaction, we've got a scorecard target of 7.5 out of 10. We're sitting at 7.4 out of 10 at the present time, so there's a wee bit of work that needs to be done, not only in terms of ourselves, but ensuring that a number of the other operators within the airport terminal, and I talk about the broader airport community, with respect to the rental car operators, the retailers, others, we're all pulling in the same direction in terms of having an exceptional standard of customer service. Controllable safety incidents, we've had nothing at all over the course of the year, and in terms of employee injuries again, we've had nothing year to date. So just to wrap up in terms of what lies ahead for us, my comment is we do operate in a dynamic tourism market, strong collaboration with local industry, with DR to ensure incremental and sustainable passenger growth is imperative basically. So it's great obviously having Michelle on board. There's a great opportunity for the airport as a facilitator of passenger movements to work deeper into the broader tourism pathway for people coming in and out of Rotorua. And ensuring that we can do our piece to grow traffic through the airport and to ensure that it remains financially relevant into the future. The second is the master plan. So what we can't have happen under any circumstance going forward is ad hoc development within the airport precinct. So we need to ensure that we have a plan. We need to ensure that the plan has a strong commercial foundation against it, and we need to utilise the master plan as a tool to guide our way through the release of value from the broader airport precinct. A number of comments have come back to me over the last couple of months in relation to airport users not having a clear understanding of the growth aspirations of the airport. And in a number of ways, a master plan as a tool will provide confidence from an airport, from a shareholder and from a user's perspective that we are establishing and moving the airport forward from a development perspective in a considered way. Non-aeronautical income sources, as I'd mentioned earlier on, we will place a strong focus towards the realisation and the build-up of a broader airport community, and utilisation of the land parcel is going to be a key part of that. We have the terminal redevelopment and the fire rescue development that was signalled up at the back end of last year. That's contained within the SOI and was endorsed by the board last year. Where that sits at the present time is that's locked into a phase of review, in which we are looking at the cost plan against design, and I need confidence that we can deliver this on budget before we take this out to tender. We do live in a fairly dynamic market in terms of construction and contract pricing at the moment. As you'll all be aware, there's a shortage of resource out there, and what that can do is create pressure on pricing. So we need to ensure that we've got the sharpest design and commercial approach around contracting that we can get before we go to market. And the last point is really to broaden the airport traffic mix. So again, I'd alluded to the development of a general aviation sector in Rotorua. Historically, that seems to have dropped off in the past. General aviation as a sector is unfortunately contracting. If you look at the data from Airways, it's contracting to the tune of about 10% per annum, which is significant. And the reasons for it is a lot of it comes down to, I suppose, a number of retiring pilots that may have owned aircraft in the past are continuing not to do it. The standards from a medical perspective in terms of the threshold you need to meet if you own an aircraft has stepped up significantly over the years. And in a lot of ways, it's easier for people to go and charter a plane, a small plane, should they wish to get out and exercise their love and passion for general aviation. The opportunity for us, though, is really around looking at GA from a broader tourism perspective and ensuring that that we're maximising what we possibly can in terms of that. Tauranga is a capacity at the moment in terms of an airport around GA. So again, there's a good opportunity potentially to pick up some of the traffic that is struggling to be accommodated in Tauranga. So that's it from my perspective, but very happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Mark. I open up to the floor, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mark, and it's obviously that you and Michelle are meeting together, and that's a great synergy too, so that we're maximising anything that comes our way. The issue for us, and I know you're well aware of it, is how do we capture the information on the scheduling? Because if we're trying to attract business growth, we can capture it if we know what's happening locally, but I'm now hearing in the wider region that people are travelling to Tauranga to get to Wellington, and that's stuff that's sort of anecdote. And but that behaviour starts to change the whole dimension of our scheduling so that we attract business growth. Is there anything we can do that can alter this? Because we've tried Air New Zealand, we've tried other airlines, we've looked at that competitive model. In your view, are we missing anything here?
I certainly believe that that our data is a weak point at the moment in terms of understanding where people actually move and how they travel. So the alignment of, say, frequent flyer data against where people are exiting from against their place of residence is a way in which we can build a plausible argument with Air New Zealand around this point. So, positively, Air New Zealand have not shut the door around our future aspirations in terms of scheduling, but we need to do a better job in terms of actually selling what business needs, and we need to do a better job in terms of articulating what sits on the horizon in terms of events, conferencing and other things. We can't sit there and throw stones at Air New Zealand and say they're not responding, because to a degree it's incumbent on me to act as a conduit to ensure that we're providing information to Air New Zealand so they can make rational business decisions around how they schedule. But it is an absolutely valid point. I just think we need to use a few more levers and a few more levers more smartly to actually get the scheduling to work for Rotorua at a community level.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Councillor Bentley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mark, for your very informative breakdown of what's happening here. The statement that you've got the airport to be proud of, I was pretty enthused about that, because when you look at the southern end of the airport, it still looks very much like a rubbish dump. And to anybody that's had anything to do with land is just such a waste that it's almost brings tears to your eyes.
Yes, you're 100% correct, and you know, therein lies, therein lies a significant opportunity for us around, you know, having a plan to deal with that. You know, straight off the bat, the maintenance and upkeep of that land we need to lift our act on, and I completely acknowledge that. The second part of it is around how we release value from that piece of land, and again, I think you know, designing the master plan, connecting the master plan with the community very quickly, and working with council around how we can release some of the value from that land is a fantastic opportunity for the airport and for Rotorua Inc. full stop. The other thing I think it presents too is certainly an opportunity around a more formalised gateway on that edge of the lake. You know, to a degree you tend to muddle into Rotorua down there in some ways, and I think the ability to actually formalise that, if we are considering other key traffic and infrastructure around the airport, as an opportunity we should look at jointly.
Councillor Gould.
Thank you for your report today. When you quoted 3,347 aircraft using Rotorua, that equates to just under 9 per day. Is there anything we can do to increase this number? And also the business community, a lot of them are a little bit angry that we've lost the early morning flight to Wellington, as a number of these people have had to drive to Hamilton or Tauranga to catch the Wellington flights to do business in Wellington that day and return back to Rotorua.
Yes, so look, there's a couple of things around Wellington. If you track back over the last 2 to 3 years, the Wellington sector early morning has been contracting in terms of numbers utilising the flight by about 10% year on year. So we're finding that that business travellers aren't using that service as much as they have been historically. Now, part of that comes down to the way that business people travel. You know, the number of business people travelling on the shorter legs, you know, and I say this as a generalised statement, is reducing. And, you know, the reason, one of the drivers for that is there's a range of other technologies that businesses are now bringing in terms of video conferencing, etc., that basically facilitates a scenario in which you don't need to jump on a plane and go up and down to Wellington all the time. So that's part of the story. The other side of it is Kaikoura has been a significant game changer to a degree. So if you look at the way that that people are moving up and down New Zealand at the moment, is you know, a number of people would go from, say, Rotorua to Wellington, they would get the ferry, they would basically drive down the coastal route to Kaikoura, down to Christchurch. Now, given that's no longer available, what we're seeing are people leaving Rotorua and flying directly into Christchurch and potentially driving back up the island. So we're seeing very positive growth on the Christchurch sector, fantastic growth on the Christchurch sector, and we're seeing a further weakening of traffic on the Wellington leg. So within it, we're meeting with Ian Collier tomorrow as an opportunity to discuss Wellington again. Whether or not Air New Zealand are prepared to base that red-eye flight from Rotorua again is going to rely on them dropping a flight out of another sector in New Zealand, and their argument would be, is this going to be more profitable or less profitable than that simply? Okay, so they will need to make a commercial decision on that, but you can be assured that we will be promoting the solidest case we possibly can around re-establishment of that flight.
Yes, Councillor Okawate.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for your report this morning. It's just something to follow on from what the Mayor said, and I think you've alluded to it yourself. And yesterday morning I flew on the 6:45 a.m. flight to Auckland. I sat beside a man who was from Taupo. So I'm wondering if and you said before that we can capture people from the place where they actually get on the flight, but we don't actually know where they come from. So, and some of the changes that have been made to Taupo, is there any way of following on from what you just said before, how can we actually capture them? Is there a way that we can, so that we actually know where some of these people are coming from? Because they're not probably all coming from Rotorua.
No, you're quite right. They're not, and it does get confusing because, you know, we have business people in Rotorua that live in Tauranga, that may fly out of Tauranga, you know, and you get some very interesting stuff sort of coming through when you dig a bit deeper on this. The key is, and Air New Zealand have this data, have far better data than we would ever do in terms of the frequent flyers, where the primary place of residence is. So we know anecdotally that we are getting leakage from Rotorua to Tauranga for that first flight in the morning. Whether the critical mass of that leakage supports that flight being rescheduled to leave Rotorua first thing in the morning is questionable. So we are working with the Chamber, we're working with Air New Zealand, we're working with businesses directly, for example the DHB, and just trying to understand the profiling of their people from a travel pattern perspective. One thing that has become quite obvious for us is a number of organisations, and Council may well be one of them, is there's not an ability for staff to actually book up frequent flyer or air points if you book and travel directly. So we're missing capture of that data. DHB is a classic in which they don't allow staff to do that. They will blanket book. So Air New Zealand won't have an acknowledgement that those individuals, one, are travelling as business people, and two, where their place of residence is. So we just need to do a bit of tidy up on that point.
Wonderful. Well, there appears to be no further questions. Yep, Kumar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for your report and the forecast. I'm going to come back to something that's become a bugbear since I've come into the council with regards to the airport, and that's the, I actually missed it, but I think I heard you say something about the levers on, using the levers to sort of encourage Air New Zealand. I think there's been too much talk going on for a long time. Sort of what sort of levers are we going to use to encourage the trip to Queenstown? Because right now I think they're coming from Sydney to Auckland and flying down to Queenstown, getting back, driving on the road, coming to Rotorua. We've got the geothermal, we've probably got one of the best activities, but they're being encouraged to sort of come by road. And we've got the mountains but not the vistas. So what factors do we really need? Are there any other players that we can attract, or are we continuously going to hold on to that belief that one day we are going to get Air New Zealand to come to the party?
You see, the Queenstown League is an interesting one at the moment. If you look at the way the sector works, is people can fly to Christchurch, stop over, and go directly down to Queenstown. Air New Zealand's view on this one is simply that they don't believe there's a sustainable body of traffic, air traffic, that would run and support that sector year on year. And my personal view is I would tend to support that. I don't think we are there yet. In terms of keeping the door open to other airlines, absolutely. So, we know we have Jetstar servicing other sectors in New Zealand. We know that some of those sectors aren't performing that well, and there certainly would be an opportunity to have a broader conversation with Jetstar into the future. But in some ways, we've got good, positive, sustainable growth occurring. A number of the towns and cities that would court Jetstar do it through a chequebook. I don't believe that's the right way for us to approach this. I think we need to stand on our own 2 feet. We've got a fantastic economy from a business and tourist perspective, and I have no doubt at all that there will be a point in time into the short to medium term in which we have a conversation with Jetstar. Going back on my earlier comment around having a deeper and more invasive approach strategically towards aircraft sectors, a good example may well be working with an international airline and packaging up either with an Air New Zealand or a Jetstar a domestic leg as part of a broader tourism package. They are the game changers to a degree that can alter traffic volumes significantly to an area like Rotorua, and that's where we need to start positioning ourselves and working with DR on to actually open up those opportunities. And that's where we'll see that that step up above that 3 or 4% growth per annum.
Thank you. And last question from Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mark, just want to go back to your response to Councillor Bentley on the southern end and trying to activate that precinct, that part of the precinct. I understand you've worked collaboratively with the neighbours across the road in terms of presenting a case to NZTA for how we make that happen with that entranceway. In your view, is that something that we sit back and let NZTA drive, or is that something that the shareholder, that council, has possibly got to take the lead on? I wonder if you could comment on that.
Councillor, I think the key way we should approach it, in my view, is we need to connect up as part of a broader coalition around how we we work with NZTA on this point. So part of it's I suppose the airport using the angle around the release of the development opportunity at the southern end of the runway. We've obviously got the folks over the road, and there may be a broader bunch of opportunities to bring this forward. No, we should not sit back and passively deal with it. I think we need to actually go forward with a strong case towards NZTA around this. The brutal reality is someone will have to pay, and NZTA will look at it and go, well, is there an incremental benefit to our traveller in having a roundabout there, yes or no? And their view today would potentially be no. They would look back to the council or alternatively the landowner to fund it. But like any of these things, I suppose it's a case of where it sits in terms of NZTA's priority, and if politically it's well supported from council's perspective, together with the airport. It may well be that from NZTA's perspective that they do elevate that up the list. Absolutely, yeah.
Thank you. Well, that concludes our presentation from our CCOs today. Thank you very much, Mark. I know some of us met you at the AGM, but once again, welcome to the organisation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I'll just call for a 2-minute break now in order for the Chair to resume his seat. And thank you very much to the Chief Executives and staff from the CCOs for your presentation. Just a quick break, thank you.
Could members please resume their seats? Refer members to page 30. Firstly, can I just put on the record my sincere thanks to my Deputy Chair, Councillor Tapsell, within the way she handled the meeting. I thought very, very good, and if I don't get re-elected next time, I know your council's in good hands. Well done, Tanya. Thank you. Refer you to page 30, which is the operation report for January to February 2013. Can I have a mover for recommendation 3, please? Councillor Kent, seconded Councillor Tapsell. We'll lay that on the table and we'll have the discussion. Firstly, we've got Thomas Cole, who's going to go through the finance and capability side on page 31, and he's got a slide. You've got a slide.
You got a slide there, Hilda, for me? That's it.
Yep. And Thomas is going to stay up here where he's not going down there as a presenter, and stay at the top table. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I'll take the report as read and answer any questions, but one of the things that did come up before, and unfortunately Councillor Bentley isn't here at the moment, but he did raise or made an accusation with regards to the property team's performance with regards to disposing of surplus properties. So what I've just done here is our performance over the last 2 years, and what this graph highlights is the percentage of sale proceeds over the valuations that we achieved. So as you'll see there was some majority of them were extremely good with regards to our valuation says X, and our performance was significantly better. There were 2 that came out below valuation, and unfortunately for those 2, they were due to one being built with leaky home quality building, whereby the 5 people that all did their due diligence at the start withdrew at the auction, and we ended up having to dispose of it below value. And the other one as well was not quite the same, but very similar again. It was an incredibly underinvested in that property because we expected to bulldoze it for a road, and so it wasn't probably at the level that it should have been to take to the market. So any questions?
Welcome.
Welcome to you too, Mr. Chair. Kia ora, Thomas. So just while we're on that kaupapa about the property disposal, you've already mentioned that you're not quite finished drafting that policy, which we have been waiting for a while. But what I wanted to ask was, you mentioned you weren't happy with some of the things in there. Have you asked anyone else to sort of support you in putting that together? Because we view that as te tatau, we view it as quite an important document.
It is a very important document. I guess my comments were I'm not happy to take it to a draft stage for the committees and the members to look at yet, and you will have the appropriate time to review it and comment on it, obviously, before the policy is approved and adopted. Yep.
Any particular thing you're not happy with?
Yeah, look, it's finalising the process of how those surplus properties are identified. So we've got the process now with regards to the correct steps and the people we should talk to when we go through that process. But it's really refining that criteria of how we identify properties that are available for disposal, which I think is of interest to you as well, making sure that that's robust.
Kia ora, tēnā koe.
Thank you, Mr. Waru. Councillor Bentley, thank you for coming back in. When Mr. Colley presented this report, he said this was in response to a comment or request of yours in terms of the justification for and where properties were selling either at or below valuation, and he gave the reasoning why. So do you have any comment you wish to make on that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, the CE did brief me recently that I may well get the opportunity in future to sit down and have a talk to the team that are handling this, which I'm looking forward to.
Thank you. Carry on, Mr. Colley. Okay. Right, the next one, is there any other questions on this report that involves payroll, legal and property? What's coming up? Oh, yeah, no, I know. No, what's coming up is on the agenda on page 32. Just some of the things that have been done. Welcome to Monty Morrison, our kaitiaki Māori. Your worship.
Yes, I just had some questions before we get to Kaitiaki Māori, if I could ask a couple of questions. Sorry, Monty.
Go for it.
Just a question here about the museum, because there is still that interest that we get the report. You're at the invasive testing, as you say. Are we on target to receive the report at the end of March before we know the extent of work for insurance purposes?
The project is progressing very well. We've just got approval from Heritage New Zealand to undertake the destructive testing.
Yep.
That was proving quite difficult. Obviously, any testing that takes place, you have to restore the material back to the quality and state of where it was before, so that's underway. We've met with the engineers as well and expressed your concerns with regards to the timeframes of the project, and we've encouraged them to speed it up as well as they can. All I can say at the moment is it's progressing well and there's no change in the timetable at the moment.
And my other question is on, you've got legal and property, this is in relation to that. You've got a point in here about the comprehensive review of legal processes and procedures that you're starting in March. I am being asked often about the petitioner costs post-election and the legal costs there. Are we able to see that in any future line reporting that comes through our reporting committees?
Mr. Williams.
Through the chair, unfortunately, the information that you're referring to is the subject of a confidentiality agreement with the court. So the short answer is no.
There's a lot of questions about that.
Your Worship, yes, there is a lot of questions. I have a number of them. However, what we are looking is to the future, and you're quite right, Your Worship, we need the policy in terms of where we're happening with that, and I thought in the report that was quite well covered, that it's not going to be swept under the carpet, that Thomas's team will and Jeff's team will be looking at that quite seriously. So sort of ETA, Jeff, when do you expect to have a draft policy proposal for us to look at in terms of the processes and who manages that cost, etc., etc.?
I'll have to confirm the time frame, Chair. Yep.
Okay. But thank you for raising that, Your Worship. Mr. Wadu?
Kia ora, just a short question. I was just wondering if that particular kaupapa, we were able to discuss that in confidential time of the week?
When we go into confidential?
Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm just asking.
You can put that with the Chair. Yep.
Kia ora, tēnā koe.
Other questions? Councillor Kent, then Councillor Maxwell, then Councillor Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, can I just ask the eyesight clock tower strengthening that's taking place, does that include fixing the clock?
I wasn't aware the clock was broken and that it was operating. So, but we'll follow that one up, yes.
It's like you're leaking taps. Okay, Councillor Maxwell. Councillor Gould.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. Question on what's coming up on page 32 when you've got a comprehensive review of legal processes. Is it a case where now the council should employ a legal counsel person, like we did about 10 years ago, to do some of this basic work to save the council some money long term?
Yeah, whether we save money long term is a vexed question, but I'll ask Thomas if he wants to comment.
Yep. So first of all, back on the clock, I was just informed that it's actually been turned off while the work takes place, so that is why it's not operating. With regards to our legal capability, we actually have already done that, so we've got some new capability in our property team, so we actually have 2 qualified solicitors. So we are now picking up a lot of that lower end, I guess, simple process work in-house, and then obviously using Tompkins Wake as a sounding board rather than using them to do a lot of the work. So we have lifted our capability significantly.
That's excellent. Now I know why you've been missing the dings, Councillor Maxwell. All right, any other questions? None? Okay, welcome, Monty, to the table with your Kaitiaki Māori report. Just like to take us through any highlights or anything that's additional since this report was was written, and happy to answer any questions.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to take my report as read, but just to add an extension, last month I did report extensively on the patu and attempts to recover that. We've met as per the report, and there's nothing highlighted that's come to us that would lead us to lead to its recovery, other than Potawa might, through his own individual response, might want to contribute something there.
Well, have you had any feedback? Neither have I. What about you, Your Worship? Have you had any information or nothing? Okay. There are plenty of patus down there. Okay, Monty.
Yes, it was good having television. We could have a look and see what was going on there. But that was good. No, I'm happy to take questions to my report.
Monty, my question is to you, are you being asked by other districts about the partnership and our journey? Certainly there's interest coming my way that, you know, we would involve Te Tatou and Te Taru probably if we're asked, and we spoke at Western Bay Council on Monday, and great interest there from a new council about how they get deeper engagement and a more meaningful partnership. Have you been asked from other districts?
Through you, Chair, the answer is yes, and Anita has been fielding a number of requests from others working in the same space as she is, working in other councils, to just general inquiries about what we're doing. There was also a conference coming up which we're hosting, which is being hosted in Rotorua, and we're being asked to contribute as another opportunity to talk about that.
Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Also, I'm sure it's going to come up in tomorrow's agenda where myself and Potawa and young Timothy are going to attend, run by LGNZ in Manukau, a conference, and I'll also lodge Councillor Tate and Tapsel's apologies, they couldn't be there, but I'm sure on the agenda is going to come up a lot about the role that Monty plays so well here. So we'll represent us there. But now the question I've got, really it's an awaha to the Monty spends time and rightfully in his own right on the paipai at Ohinamutu, Tuna Hopu, and there have been a lot of tangihanga of recent weeks, and just heard just now 5 minutes ago that sadly Zaylene Douglas passed away from the Douglas family. So yeah, our aroha, Monty, to the whānau of Ngāti Whakaua.
Monty, I've got a question for you. Were you involved in the Matatini experience down at Hastings? If so, did you bring anything back that would enhance our understanding and your experience?
Look, it was as I reported at the last meeting. I was intending to go, and of course the Morrison funeral happened the day before. So a young Kiriana who was killed in a motor accident in Auckland, and of course that very Wednesday of the welcome, we were down here, and that began in I think 10 or 12 days down there. So sadly I was able to miss out, but certainly what I saw was tremendous. Te Arawa did again cover themselves with pride, and I know that both Her Worship and Councillor Maxwell were there, and the report and the feedback from everybody was that it was another great occasion.
Excellent, thank you. I'm sorry you missed out attending because it looked a fabulous occasion on television. And a gorgeous presenter was there. I know who her mum was, but so it was really great to see the Te Arawa influence. So thank you very much. Thank you, Monty. Now calling on Strategy and Partnership Group with JP. Welcome, Jay. You could have stayed up here too. First one is... Oh, sorry, Mr. Wari. Come.
Kia ora no rā tātou. Sorry, I thought you saw my hand before. Just, you know, e tautoko ana I ngā mihi ki ngā mate, kua muia ngā marae I ngā mate, especially roto Ngāti Whakaue. And kai te mihi ki Anko Mati, kia koe hoki e te manukura o Rotorua, I tai atu koe ki ngā, especially ki Anko Poiri's tangira, kaupapa, nui te aroha. Hoi anō, taku pātai. Just on the protocol meetings, just can we get an update on those protocol meetings that were held with iwi, or were there any? I understand there were some.
Thank you for your question, through the Chair. The protocol meetings, yes, in fact we had one yesterday, and of course it falls outside the requirement for the report to be had with you. Yes, we met with Ngāti Rangiwiwi yesterday, and it was a very positive meeting. Our protocol meetings are chaired by Her Worship, and so we were able to cover a number of issues there. Councillor Maxwell was there, and it was a very positive meeting.
Just one question of clarification, Monty. All councillors, including community board members and Te Tau, are allowed to come to those protocol meetings?
Most definitely. It's an open meeting. I think the most constructive element now is that we look at what was promised or what we agreed to do at a previous meeting, and we make sure that everything that was at the previous meeting is now carried forward and actioned. And the new addition of talking about the Rotorua Way and spatial planning is a great informal discussion that we hold so that those understand the next stage of our council timetable, and it's no mystery, and they even love to contribute about ideas there and then on the spot. So we're going to make sure that's a rolling item at every MOU. But they're informative and focused now, and well supported by staff who make sure that what we said we'd do is done before the next MOU meeting.
We just make sure that the democracy unit has those included in, because I didn't know one was on yesterday, and I think it's really important for our awareness of the negotiations that I know have been going on, and we agreed to it, I think, at the end of last year. I just want to see them come to fruition in a meaningful way and an understanding of everybody around the table. So can we just have a note, Una, from the democracy team, that all those protocol meetings are put out to all members as well. Councillor Hunt.
Thank you, Councillor Stewart. They are sent to our Stella Library under meeting schedules for the week, so we do all get those. They do all list the protocols as well, so I'm not sure whether the community boards also get those, but yes, they are certainly, they're coming through the system. There might be a few hiccups there.
Mr. Waru again, please.
Oh yeah, just thank you for those comments. Yeah, I was just wondering. I noticed Uncle Monty mentioned it's not part of his report as such, but is there somewhere where it can be part of a report? I just think it's good to keep in our minds.
On the minutes of the protocols? Or?
Yes, although I know that they said there was going to be no minutes and everything like that, and those huis, but just a good general feeling of what happened at those huis would be nice to know.
At the huis, the minutes are there, aren't they, of the previous meeting? Yeah, so you have to go to the protocol meeting. Yeah, okay, all right. Thank you for that, Councillor Hunt. Yes, Councillor Maxwell. Yeah, we understood that. Okay. So we'll move on now to page 33. Oh, sorry, Deputy Mayor Donaldson.
Yeah, my apologies, Mr. Chair. It was just a question that I wanted perhaps Monty to expand on, raised by the question from Mr. Waru in respect to the protocol meetings. And I sit on a few of these, and normally I don't have much input into the agenda. But I find now that we have this very useful and interesting resource in Ben Manley in our organisation, I am getting issues put onto these agendas because Ben finds out some incredibly interesting stuff on historical decisions of former county and city councils that are still an issue in these meetings, and perhaps Monty can explain a bit more about Ben's role, because I don't think we're all aware around this table of just what a resource we have there.
Through the chair, yes, Ben Manley was appointed and began at the beginning of last year, and in that time he's been able to contribute right across the organisation. His particular focus is in two parts. One, historical land claims is one, in providing information for our consents team. Also across and assisting with the work being done at the museum. So repatriation of taonga, a further understanding of taonga, the gifting of taonga where they are historically, family claims, resolutions in and around that. So yes, I think for us it's been a very, very good appointment.
Thank you. Now we need to move on. JP,
Thank you.
Page 33.
Mr. Chair, I've just got a short presentation which I suppose I'm just trying to pick up on some questions that were raised from a previous meeting. So if you don't mind, I'd just like to take some time just to talk about how we measure success of our work in the CBD or inner city. And councillors, I think it's really timely to have this presentation today, having just received the presentations from the airport company, but also for Destination Rotorua. And Councillor Okawa Tate, I think, picked it up so importantly that so much of our economy is interlinked. So as one sector grows and is successful, it passes on those benefits to another sector, and we get that sort of growing of the total pie. So this is one of those areas where improvements in tourism numbers are having an impact, which ripple through a whole range of different parts of our economy. So councillors, one of the things that's been raised, and I'd like to talk about this in a bit more detail, is if we start looking back on one of the metrics that we've been using as a measure for our inner city, it's this pedestrian counts. And so between the previous winter and the winter just been, when we've taken our sampling, we've seen a 22.7% drop in foot traffic. We scratched our heads at that when that first occurred and thought maybe that was the weather or something else was happening. We also then moved to the spring, and we took the count between the previous spring and this spring, and we saw a 33.1% drop in the foot traffic being recorded at that site. And we've recently just finished the summer one, so the January foot count figures. So they have also dropped compared with the previous summer by 11.8. So I'd like to start looking at the sort of the total picture of activity within the CBD, because I think it's important that we look at all of those different aspects before we come back around to talking about this measure in particular. So, councillors, I suppose I'm starting to pick up on some of the anecdotal information, and I'll go into some of our other metrics to look at as well. So, we obviously run a business and household confidence survey, and so our most recent one sort of has highlighted that business and households are optimistic about 2017. So we've got that from survey information. But also, you're starting to see quotes there from people that have ended up through stories in the newspapers about the increase in foot traffic, and the tourists in town were also a bonus. You know, you're starting to see information that's starting to contradict what we're getting from those statistics around our point in time foot count. So, and then there's another comment there about the MV store and it's being a flagship and having to expand its staffing. So some quite positive responses seen and being talked about within our CBD retailers. So councillors, just going a little further and saying, okay, so we've got foot counts recorded as being down, but you can see there on the left-hand side, I've picked up our retail card transactions between 2013 and 2016. So you can see the increase in across there. Now, Councillor Kent, just during the discussion when Michelle was here, mentioned the retail spend increasing in Taupo for September of about 5.2%. So I quickly Googled to see if I could find what ours was at that time, and I couldn't, but I did find that between December 2015 and December 2016, so the whole year's movement in retail spend, we had a 6.2% increase. So I don't know what our quarter was for that September quarter, but over the year we've had a 6.2% increase in our retail spend. So extremely positive metrics, which I think are starting to be talked about and seen by retailers. And again, we've pulled up a story there from the Daily Post about the busyness of the CBD. Previously, when we've talked about the pedestrian counts, I've also made reference to the fact that we need to check our parking information to see whether there is also a corresponding drop in that. And I've just put there in the bottom hand corner, there hasn't been. So we've got a consistency of around 65% accuracy around our parking. So that's kind of this mixed information that's coming through for the CBD metrics.
I ask a question, JP. I've had two businesses in the CBD. That was Collins Bakery and Diane Dairy. Now, if they were doing the foot traffic counts outside the Lotto shop on the corner of Te Tanakai and Hope Upper Street, that would have dropped significantly because the library moved. They used to do a count on the corner of Fenton and Hope Upper Street, and exactly the same there. So, I mean, whilst I'm happy that you've exposed those figures, but the environment and the bus terminals changed. There's all sorts of things that have changed in the CBD. So you're going to get a change in a foot traffic flow that's not going to be consistent between a year. So it's hard. What you're saying, it's hard to compare apples with apples.
I think, Mr. Chair, you're actually highlighting one of the challenges that we've got. So we have a point in time and we have a number of set locations where we measure the foot count, and the risk of that methodology is that as the dynamics of our inner city change, and the most important one, and everyone can see it if you go down Hope Upper Street now, with the library having moved to a different part of the city, there's quite a different set of movement patterns and parking requirements that are resulting. So again, this is one of those things that we do need to make sure we're triangulating or looking at the fuller cross-section of the information we have about activity within our CBD. Might be worth pausing at that point.
Thank you. Very, very interesting. Thank you, JP. I wonder, is there any correlation between the overall drop-off in the pedestrian counts and the individual sites? I mean, if we're talking about sort of it's traffic moving to different locations in the city, wouldn't that show up as a different picture within the individual counts?
I think the key there is it's not being uniformly seen, and again, this is where I think that would be the explanation I would have expected, but we're not seeing that from the data. And again, it might come back to a very Rotorua behaviour where people drive to where they want to access a shop. So actually people moving around has actually fundamentally shifted as opposed to the changes in our parking. So, Councillor, if I could just go through a bit more here. So, again, just a recent story, I think this was from Saturday, and that was reference to the comments by Mike Steiner, who's the chair of the Inner City Steering Group or Inner City Focus Group. There's also the comments made by Alison Lawton in a similar set of stories. And it might be worthwhile coming back to Councillor Bentley's questions around the markets towards the back end of this presentation as well. So Councillor, this is just a recent report we've received again from, so we have APR doing this work for us, and I've talked about that business and local business and public perceptions, and I think the key there is that green row down the middle. So for Rotorua business, they see some very strong confidence, so steady to increasing confidence in levels in December, very optimistic about expectations around those key metrics. So the positive retail environment and those card transactions are being seen and experienced by local businesses, and they are certainly optimistic for the next 12 months. Councillors, you also know that there has been a number of businesses that have recently opened or moved to different locations. I see Helium Galleries there. It opened on the corner of Erawera and Tutanakai and has subsequently moved, but that was a new business to town. Apt and of course Max have also come to town recently. So that's been very positive for the retail environment in the city. So councillors, that probably leads to this one here, which was the Telfer Young information. So recently we put out those statistics there. So Telfer Young saw a significant drop, and I used the word significant because I believe it is significant, drop in our empty retail sites from 82 down to 65. And I think importantly I've pulled out that quote from the Telfer Young report, which is Rotorua results contrast with difficult retail conditions nationally due to increasing internet trading, changing spending patterns and economic conditions. So I think in a way we've seen some extremely positive results for the city that do contradict or contrast with the national trends. So I think this is quite important to really hone in on within that report.
JP, I've got... Rob, did you want further questioning? Or? JP hasn't quite finished. I'll wait till JP finishes and then we'll come to questions. I've got Rob, Ken, Merapeka and...
So councillors, and you did get some of this through the presentation by Michelle, and also to a limited extent I also saw a 4% increase in passenger numbers was recorded against the airport as well. So this again just forms part of that total economic picture for the city. So GDP up 3.9, Bay of Plenty's 3.9, but that's certainly above the New Zealand. Traffic flows increase, not quite as high as the Bay of Plenty in total. I've mentioned that 6.2% for retail trade over the last year. Not quite as good as the entire rest of the Bay of Plenty, but certainly well above the New Zealand average. And then obviously, as Michelle has highlighted, significant increases for us and a record spend around tourism for the last year. So, councillors, I suppose what we wanted to hone in on here is that we selected the pedestrian foot count when we identified the inner city as a priority area as one of our measures. Now the reason why we chose that was it was accessible, understandable and certainly real for people. They would understand that that vibrancy and activity could be related or would be related to the movement of people in the CBD. Clearly though, in the way we've established it, there's some real risks around the methodology that we've chosen. And we have multiple count locations, in a way trying to mitigate the risk that one part of town is up and another part of town is down. But there is still a high risk of variability. It's all done on a single day, a single afternoon, taken through the calendar. Now, if it can be weather affected, and in the circumstances we've had, it hasn't been weather affected. But there is a significant risk around the methodology we've applied for that point in time. So for us, and when you compare it to those other metrics of activity and success potentially across the CBD, certainly this pedestrian counts seems to be some way out of whack with that other information. Now for us, it is just part of a general review that we're now undertaking of all the measures we have around the 2030 areas, and we'll certainly be looking at making sure we've got some good metrics going forward around any priorities or priority areas we want to hone in on. So that's really, I think, picking up on what you've said, Mr. Chairman, about the risks around that methodology. We could look at enhancing pedestrian counts. Now there's technology now that you can use through the cameras, CCTV cameras, which give you an ability to provide significant long run counts, so you get a fuller picture rather than a point in time. But again, I would have some reservations for us to continue to use the pedestrian counts across the city in the way we have. So I think it's useful information, but I don't know if it's something we should be relying on too heavily because of what we've seen here in this disconnect between the counts. So I suppose just in conclusion, I would say very clearly we've seen from multiple different sources, both anecdotal and from the real metrics, that the CBD is doing extremely well. I would suggest the word thriving is not an inappropriate word to use when you look at the Telfer Young report and its view of how that stacks up against the rest of the country. And certainly for us at this time, we're really seeing the foot counts, and the foot count methodology that we're using is not a valid measure of how successful we're being in the CBD at this stage. So I think I need to come back with some urgency over, well, what are our measures around 2030 moving forward, and what should be the focus of those. So happy to answer any other questions, councillors.
JP. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, JP. I would disagree with you, and I think most retailers would too, because pedestrian counts are critical to where you locate a shop. So to turn around and say we don't like the figures, therefore we'll find some other way of measuring how well we're doing, it is not acceptable in my view. There must be reasons why these counts have fallen. Not, oh, it's because of the weather, because we've had 3 massive drops in a row, taking them at the locations. You've already told me that it's consistent across the locations, so there is another reason to it. We've got to get behind it. And the fact that retail spend has gone up, great. So have prices. So if prices have gone up, of course the retail dollar goes up. So if you're going to measure how successful we are being in the CBD, we have to look at pedestrian counts, because that determines where shops want to go, and that will determine where we've got empty shops.
And councillor, I think it's important that I just clarify, I wasn't disagreeing that counts are important. The important factor, I think, to identify there is any retailer would want to know the volume of traffic at all times past their shop. At this problem with our methodology is it's a point in time at quite different potential inputs. So yes, in a mall, there's a very clear ability to understand exactly how much the pedestrian numbers are. And I think that's this question. In its current form, at a point in time and a point location, it is not an effective measure for us.
Councillor O'Connor-Tate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, JP, you are exactly right. You are exactly right. And we have to measure what matters. And a pedestrian foot count isn't the only thing that should be measured. And I actually think it's quite outdated now. It was easy peasy, it was real and easy to understand, but you've got to measure what matters. And what matters to the council, it matters to the retailers, and most of all, it matters to the public who are seeing that place as a desirable place to go. So I would suggest that there are other measures that we should be looking at, putting in place and canvassing council, yes, as to what our expectations are and what we see as desirable outcomes, and also the retailers, but more importantly, I think, the people who actually go there. I live here in the city, and I can tell you our city is thriving from first thing in the morning till extremely late at night, and I certainly know about that one.
Hunt.
Thank you. I think that it's really important that most, in fact, I would go as far to say all of the businesses that have moved here and all of those businesses that 3 years ago considered moving here, they all came and stood on our streets. They walked around. They didn't just do a desktop analysis remotely from somewhere else. They came, they stayed for a few days, they talked to other retailers in those areas. They've made a considered choice. And I know the pitfalls of number crunching. Number crunching can mean whatever you choose it to mean, and it could be completely meaningless or more meaningful. So a few people can spend an enormous amount of money, and a whole lot of people can spend very little. So the numbers, while it's important for businesses to know, and many of them, if they're old-fashioned retailers, will look at simply the foot count. Any of the new savvy businesses coming in, they want to know the quality of the shoppers coming in. And we are a city who drives from shop to shop. I defy anyone in the room to put their hand up and say that they haven't done it, because it's a habit of a city of the size we were. Some of that is changing because some people are biking and using other forms of transport to get there. So it's one of the measures. I think putting too much emphasis on it is actually missing the wood for the trees. Our retail spend's gone up. We've got businesses that are happy. We've got businesses coming back to our city. These are the good news stories. To highlight one little point that's kind of, in some ways, neither here nor there to most of the people out there doing business, and certainly to most of the people coming here who live here or to visit here, it's a pretty meaningless statistic when it's number crunched. Let's find a better way. I hope the CCTVs can be employed, and I would expect we'll use them in areas of congestion. So when we get complaints that this part of town is too busy and things aren't working, that's a really good model of where we go to see what we can do to improve the flow. To measure just how many people walk past a door, most retailers want to know how many came in and actually dropped some coin. So that's a more important measure.
I asked Councillor Hunt's question for her because she's not going to ask one. Are you going to look at other methods in terms, and giving us a wider picture in terms of other than just pure accounts?
Yes, Councillor. Mr. Chairman, that's what we're doing, and as I say, it's important that just as part of the 2030 refresh, we're looking at what the focus is and how we step up. We're also trying to do the same on the measures we've identified and how we use them. So we'll certainly be coming back in the next couple of months saying, actually, this is where we think we've got good measures, and this is where we think we can make some improvements in either how we're doing them or what we're measuring.
Will it be appropriate to talk to the inner city group through Councillor Hunt's group to see what measures they consider that are important to them as I mean, they're at the coalface. I mean, you in that group, you've got big box, you've got small, you've got boutique, you've got a dairy, you've got coffee shops, you've got a complete mix. So, I mean, you'd soon get the message. Okay, thank you. Your worship.
So I agree that we need to look at new measures entirely. New family back here, they ride their bikes. They don't just ride the green corridor either. They ride right through town, and they can park it right outside where they want to go. And that's a new trend that I think we should be looking at. So if we are saying we're a cycle city, that's one that is really positive. I've got an e-bike. I now ride around in town rather than take my car to every shop that I want to go to when I get out and about. So I think that's important. And I think the other is with the digital strategy, because there are some digital tools that you can use on even traffic lights. So when you push a pedestrian crossing, you're starting to see some different movement. And I think we should be looking at that digital age. I thought you'd say it, Tanya. But there are some tools that I think I'd love you to consider that we bring into a revitalised city heart, even telling people how to get to where they want to go.
Thank you for your report, JP. I noticed your comment about the car parking at 65% being used around town, but there are days where parking is a little bit difficult for people to obtain, particularly on a Saturday afternoon and Sunday with the farmers market. The figures you quoted, the dollar figures, when you quote CBD, I don't know whether that includes businesses like Bunnings or Mega Mitre 10, because they are on the fringe of the CBD. And also you don't put down, you haven't indicated what trends could happen in 2017 or 18, like Kmart coming to the Trade Central location next to Mega Mitre 10, and I think that's going to have a big impact on what people will spend in the CBD.
Or a statement.
Whether they include everything or just part, and question about the future is, do you think Kmart will have an impact on the figures for the CBD?
Yes, yes and yes. Okay, we can answer those. Yes, yes and yes. Councillor Maxwell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, thank you for the report there, JP. You know, often the media get heavily criticised by the locals for all this information and that, and often a lot of it is their own perception. We're actually getting proper information and presentations that JP has given us. So for me right now at this moment, I actually want to put out a bouquet, and that's commend the Rotorua Daily Post. If you read all the articles we've been getting in recent times, it's been positive. It's been positive about where Rotorua is going on the retail, on the vacant shops, on businesses, and also I'm sure you're in the game for the real estate area. The only thing is, you read all the positive stories, and then you go to the letters to the editor, and there's some negatives there. But never mind. So, the question is, JP, is the Rotorua Daily Post putting out fake news, as Trump would say?
So he won't be commenting on that. But JP, do you want to respond?
Alternative facts. Yeah.
Did you want to respond to? I think you have earlier in terms of getting a variety of information and data.
You give this information.
Yeah, I think, through Mr. Chair, I think the key for us is we are getting better at making sure that we have the appropriate reports and information coming through on a regular basis, the infometrics reports. So between Destination Rotorua and ourselves, there is a significant amount of important information being recorded and being reviewed and being identified across the different areas of the city.
Excellent.
Yeah, JP, what I've read also is that there's three areas that I look at as confidence, whether people are optimistic or pessimistic, and whether confidence is up or down, and all the indicators are heading to the sky. So that's what I look at. I'm not interested in the little argumentative little side issues that one or two people might have, but the general flow, and that's the impact I get from Councillor Hunt, is that there is a wide cross-section of retailers, and you get the feeling. I mean, there was a quote on one of your slides from a lady who directly quoted her perception of where she's at, and she's at the coalface, and if the dollars aren't coming over the counter, you know, that's what controls everything. You move on. So I think we've got some positive signs, and I think we've all got to sell a positive perception out there. Dave Donaldson, finally, we'll move on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, JP, just before we leave in a city portfolio, it was raised in last night's, in a forum I was in last night about the Green Corridor again and completion of it, and I'm talking about Manawa or City Focus. So can you tell us where that works at, because I don't see it in the Syway report or in here, where we're at with that? And also, he couldn't wait around for the answer, but Councillor Bentley raised the issue regarding the night market, and you know, there may be someone online waiting for an answer to that, so can you give us that answer as well?
Two things we're currently in. Stavros might be able to elaborate on it a bit further. Obviously, you'll recall that we've put together the plans for the city focus development, and we went to tender twice last year. Both times we only had a single tender because of the significant amount of work occurring across the city, and we were unhappy with the price that was provided. We've started to negotiate directly with a provider, having been out to tender twice previously, with the hope that we will then secure work commencing on City Focus within the next couple of months, with an expected conclusion of July for that work. So as you're aware, we'd done a small amount of work. We'd identified the PO to change the pillars and to do that work, so we'd undertaken that, but this is now ready to complete the rest of the work. So we should be able to report that back to you certainly at the next O&M meeting.
I think we've gone way off the agenda. We're delving into all sorts of things, but we'll keep the thing going. Councillor Donaldson, you finished? Yeah.
I think, Mr. Chair, there was just the complaint. So we did receive a complaint from Mr. Bentley, or Councillor Bentley raised it earlier on. So we have been following up with that. So with that business owner, we've been speaking to them about problems caused by the scale of activity around the night market. So, you know, as things improve and as things change, the busyness of activities actually caused problems for a particular shop owner within the night market area. So we need to talk to them and work through those issues, and we've made that commitment to that business. But I think we need to understand that, you know, we need to look at our level of our activity and how we distribute it across the 2 blocks that we currently have operating.
We certainly don't want you spending a hell of a resource on that, trying to mitigate that, because there are 99.9999998 people who are 100% happy with the night market. So, Raj, Councillor Kumar.
Thank you, Chair, for sorry. Thank you, JP, for your report as well. Through the Chair, I think the reflecting on the account, one thing we don't reflect on is that the internet is playing a major part on shopping statistics. So the bottom line at the end of the day is whether the shops are, the bottom line is improved despite the low numbers. Sometimes you don't want a high customer count. There could be a lot of people just loitering in the streets as well, and the loiterers are not there. So we want proactive spending people, and if they spending in town and the shops are being filled up, I think we're doing something good in the town. The town is thriving. People are looking a lot happier and healthier. So, thank you.
Kia ora, Mr. Chair. Tēnā koe, JP. Rawe te whakarongo ki ngā kōrero. I'm just putting on my Pukeroa hat here and talking about the Kmart development there, just give a bit of background on everyone actually. There's a lot of research that went into that particular kaupapa, and one result was there was a lot of people going to Tauranga, to Bayfair, as we all know. When asked what the main reason, or what was the main reason they went there, so I think it was around about the 68% mark, 69% mark said Kmart. So hence we followed that up. It's taken a while, but we're getting it done. The Kmart will, I believe, keep a lot more local money in the local market, and I understand now from Mark's question that's part of the whole CBD thing. But in all that kind of kaupapa, there was a lot of talk about how they count up people going into their store. And I'm following ko te whaiwhaiake ngā kōrero Steve. Have you asked any big retailers like that or other people around about the technology they're using? Maybe just putting up in every corner of every street, something, you know. It's not that huge, Rotorua. It's big enough to be big, but small enough to be small. Kia ora.
Mr. Chair, yes, there is. We have looked at a number of different options within the technology. The recent improvements to our CCTV cameras do enable us to add the functionality of being able to undertake those pedestrian counts. But there is other methods as well. Certainly when you also provide things like free Wi-Fi, you can also pick up on the number of telephones that come into the zones that are provided with free Wi-Fi as well. So, you know, with the number of people, we know pretty clearly the percentage of people now who have smartphones and devices like that. So you can get some quite accurate information and some quite interesting information about where people move, certainly off things like smartphones as well. So there's a lot of opportunities, and you're right, also within malls and areas like that where things are a little more constrained, there's a lot more simpler methods to make sure they understand the movements of people. So we are looking at that, and we're just making sure that if we intend to keep using pedestrian counts, we're clear about the value it creates, but also be cognizant of the costs involved in capturing that data. So that's what we've got to look at.
Okay, what we're going to do...
Go to JP.
Thank you, Mr. Waru, thank you, JP, for your answer. What we're going to do is take Rob Kent's question finally, which is JP's Strategy and Partnership Group report on page 33, and we're going to break for lunch for 20 minutes, and then we'll be back to finish off the rest of the agenda. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you. If the pedestrian counts are down and the parking figures are consistent, do we have any update on what's happening on the bus patronage figures?
No, I haven't checked on that. I think the last Public Transport Committee, I didn't see any information on that agenda, so we'll just have to check in on the Public Transport Committee to see what those figures are doing. We can certainly bring back that information. I think it would be quite useful to bring back to the committee.
And for lunch, we'll be back at 5 minutes to 1. Thank you. Tanya, can you come? Because then we've got a quorum. Could you please take your seats? We're on Greek time, it's 5 past. Seven, JP, everybody's got your report. I'm sure we'll take it as read regarding health and safety, recruitment, learning and development, employee relations. Our 2030 vision refresh, all the propaganda's gone out. It's on the website. Are you getting much feedback from it?
Through Mr. Chair, we are starting to. We've got another sort of, we've just got to keep boosting people. Each time we go out with a story or information, we'll get a response, but we're also doing face-to-face with different groups. So I'm off to a meeting this evening, so it is coming in, it's steady, but we just need to just keep that focus across the full period that we've said, about six or 8 weeks.
Did each of the councillors get, I got about half a dozen of the big booklets and the postcard and to explain it to them. What I've done with my 6 is I've actually targeted people that I know that will read it and may want to make a comment on the website. So I just wondered if my colleagues, rather than sitting in an envelope on your bench, if you've got 6 people that you know will have a look at it, analyse it, and give some feedback, whether it's positive, negative, it doesn't matter. And to because we need all levels of feedback. And I went to like a solo mum with a kiddie, I went to a farmer, lifestyler, a family with 6 kids, and they will make comment on the website, etc. on that. So that's basically what you're wanting, isn't it?
Through Mr. Chair, yes, it is. And I think the other key thing is our sort of engagement tools online. So again, if you don't feel you need to give out a hard copy to someone who's comfortable to go onto our website and register and fill in the survey online or look at the material online, that's a really good option for a lot of people now. So certainly encourage them in that direction as well.
Do you have any questions on planning policy? He does, because he told me before the meeting. Mr. Martin. Where's Jason? Yep, come on down, Jason. Thank you, Bob. Then we'll go on to upcoming plan changes.
To go through Jason's report first and I'll follow on afterwards. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to express my opinion today. You might wonder why a rural board member is sitting here and talking about the district plan. The district plan, of course, affects our people as well, both urban and the rural situation. Progress Nongataha has had the opportunity to acquire some land from council, and it's behind the community hall at Nongataha, and it was zoned at that particular stage as public reserve. As you apply for grants, one of the first questions that's asked of you from the people that's holding the grants, like the Lotteries Board, who owns the land? And the land that we talk about is council. Unfortunately, when the new district plan came out, we did not oppose anything at that particular stage because we didn't have the information in front of us to say that it would actually possibly change. Instead of being public reserve land, it's now got a number to it, and it's a destination, and the destination that's coming out is showing it as residential 1. Who would want to build a sports unit or a complex in a residential 1? Nobody. So I'm asking for clarification of the district plan so that we can get the residential 1 taken off, and I would suggest that the designation should be called community use land or named to that effect. So it gives the idea that it's community. So Chairman, I just might take 1 minute if I could to explain the actual history of that land. That land actually belongs to Te Arawa. It's Ngāti Tuara's land. It was confiscated way back before 1860 when the Hauhaus made a stand against the Crown, and the Ngāti Tura people were sympathisers, and consequently they got their land taken off them. So it was actually the Crown land. It's not council land, it's Crown land, and I don't know what the procedure is from that moment onwards. So what I'm actually saying is that don't think it is council reserve land that's been given to council by a developer or something like that. This is very, very old land, and it's also in the same category as the Nongataha Domain. The Nongataha Domain is in the same situation. It's government land, but looked after by the council.
Can I get Jason, can I get you to explain the change, because I understood it was always recreation reserve, and I can't see any reason why it's changed, but if I'm misunderstanding the designations, could you tell us where we're at?
Mr Chair, I'll just start off. Jason can then just take it a bit more accurately, but Councillor Hunt should also be able to cover this off. The last district plan, it's correct. Often the land that we have as recreation reserve is Crown land that's been vested in council under the Reserves Act. So it gets a vesting for the management and control under the Reserves Act. So that's where we get the status that we are managing a piece of land like the Nongataha Domain or like a number of other pieces of land through the city, which are Crown land vested in us under the Reserves Act for the management by council. So that covers most of the reserves that aren't acquired by council through subdivision or owned as recreation reserve. Yeah. So there's a Reserves Act piece over here. The second piece was that our previous district plan then had a zone that was created, or a zone that existed in the last district plan that said, and it's a reserve. So there was a reserve zone, and that's kind of unnecessary because we have a Reserves Act that defines it as a reserve. So the reserve zone that existed in the last district plan had some provisions to say it's a reserve and it's treated like a reserve, but you have to meet the performance standards, I think, of the adjoining zoning. So in this case, that situation might have been it's got a status in the district plan as a reserve zone, and it's next to residential, so it's required to be treated like the performance standards of the residential. So it's not necessary to have a recreation zone in the district plan because the Reserves Act defines it. So, but you've got to meet the performance standards of the area where it's zoned. So it's a bit of a we've actually clarified things because it's unnecessary to have a recreation zone, and Councillor Hunt would have been through all of that process where the district plan team went through explaining why it wasn't necessary and why it's come through into the district plan in its current form. And I think anyone who did see it at the time who asked the questions would have been advised that it made no difference to what could or could not be done on those various pieces of land. So it seems to be a bit of a misconception, so we're happy to go away and talk about that just to clarify.
Well, if Councillor Hunt and Jason can add any more than that, I think the best way forward is for Councillor Bob Martin to get that clarified, because I've got the community also from there saying to me, we can't put a community facility on residential land, and if it isn't residential land, that needs to be clarified as well. Councillor Hunt, you've obviously got something to add.
Just a little to add. The reason the performance standards of the neighbouring land are there is so that if it is in a residential area, then it's in keeping with that residential area. It's not as opposed to a piece of reserve that might be in an industrial area where you could build right to the boundaries, whatever you put on there. So it's height, it's daylighting, all of those things that you'd expect in a residential area. If that's where that reserve is, then those things are taken into consideration. So it's not to limit, it is to keep whatever development happens to be in keeping. And a hall built within the 2.5 metres and the height and all of those sorts of things that are the residential land requirements fit that. Now, if It's to prohibit something being built right to the boundary and being 2 or 3 stories high next to homes, which obviously is not in keeping with that. Specifically using that example, Bob, I would suggest that that's just taken up with Jason, because then that can be worked through, and also for your funders, how that fits and what that allows you to do. Because it really is allowing that development of the sort of thing you want to do in harmony in that environment.
I want to move forward, but thank you, Councillor Hunt. Have you got anything further finally to add, Bob? Because obviously this needs to be sorted out.
Mr. Chairman, I understand where the commissioners came from under those terms, but that was never spelt out when the district plan came out. That was never one of the criteria. I asked the question at the particular time when I saw that this had a number on it and not had the reserves, and I never got a reply back to it. We went...
What you talk about, is that the Crown Land number?
Crown lands have all got numbers. Each section has got a number, whatever it might be. So I asked the question, if you're looking after the residential people on the northern side, why didn't you zone it commercial, which is on the southern side? This is the problems we're running into.
Bob, I think we need to sort this
So the
side out.
clarification needs to be sorted.
Yeah. Can you work with Jason?
I can meet, yes. We had a quick discussion this morning, Bob, on that, and I can meet with you again after. I don't think it's a matter for this committee, but we can go through that together, Bob.
If we could get it sorted, that'd be wonderful. If it's an impediment to them getting funding, well, we've got to sort it out. Otherwise, they won't be able to get the funding. Okay.
I mean, it's not so much the funding. We'll walk away from it.
Okay. Thank you.
We're not
Your Worship, you want to clarify
Just
something?
a point of clarification. I think the new style of this council, and it began 3 years ago, was if individual
Absolutely.
councillors or board members have an issue, could they raise it with the chief executive, who'll get the relevant officers around them, and we'll sort it through. Our agenda shouldn't be dealing with letters or individual issues. That's not the purpose. These are strategic meetings. We should not be debating individual issues.
Well, it was on the agenda, minor changes and further submissions, and that's Mr. Martin rang me and said, could he raise it? And I agreed that he could, because I wanted to make sure, in my mind as chair, that if it doesn't need changing, let's not change it, but if it does, this is probably the last opportunity before, under operative district plan alterations and upcoming plan changes, that was probably the last opportunity. But Jason's agreed with JP to meet Bob to sort it out, and Karen, if you could be involved as our commissioner and our chair of planning, please be involved. Thank you. Okay, we'll move to page 34. Jason, do you have anything further to add on page 34, or any questions on top of page 34?
No.
Thanks, Jason. Okay, we'll go down to strategy portfolios. That other stuff there is information on the regional council plan changes. Economic growth portfolio, JP. Any questions? We'll go through these pretty quickly. Sport and recreation portfolio. Inner city portfolio, I think we covered that pretty well this morning. The creative portfolio, just highlighting there the Hemo Gorge sculpture. Yes, Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you. On that particular one, so we know that Te Puia's got the job of doing the sculpture, so these are just, is this just the contractor who's putting in the sort of the bolts and the building of it, not the creative side of it?
That's correct. This is the construction contract, and so we're pretty close to finalising that with the preferred tenderer. So we were very happy with the the 3 that we had received. Yep. So we were just in the final negotiations before ratifying that contract.
Thing is, I just wanted to highlight the Galleria refresh. Jack Lang, he was the guy who used to own the Photo News that I used to door knock to sell in the 60s. So I'm delighted to see the photographs that are out there. They're fabulous. The Children's Day for last weekend, you would have seen the review that came out today or this morning. The activity out there was just unbelievable, and the Rotorua review covered that very, very well. New murals, yes, Your Worship.
messages rolling out about murals. Just at some stage, Matapo Avenue residents were very keen that there would be a mural design at some stage, and they understood. They had to wait till we got through the rollout, but I don't know where it sits. It'd be nice to hear back.
Sustainable living portfolio, JP, social housing, the Western Heights neighbourhood reinvigoration's on track. Air quality control bylaw review, that's underway. The people portfolio, yes, Your Worship.
To let council know, we did ask for input to choose two Tuia reps. We asked Te Tato, but we didn't get anything back. So we went out to free parking and our people portfolio, and we've got Hone, and as he's mentioned there, and now we've got Quenisha Davis. So there'll be two, which is much better, and they've embarked and gone on their first wānanga together. So that's great. And the other question about the Youth Council, we've only had feedback from one college, hoping that the engagement with youth, involves there. It's sad because they loved seeing some of theirs on a council, but they want to make sure that they're just as included with the youth engagement.
It's 37, Rob, Chief Performance and Delivery Group, Rob Kethley. You can see down there the report is pretty extensive on the Aquatic Centre, open spaces, community engagement events and venues. Has anyone got any questions on that page? Yes, Your Worship.
Okay to this team, Rob. Look, the Parks Week and especially the Family Fun Day, it was a wow. And it's huge. It's getting bigger and bigger, but the team couldn't have been better. And pass that back. I know we meant to ask questions. I can't think of one.
No, thank you. I will. I'll take that back to the team for sure.
Rob, you didn't get the final attendance figures for the Rotorua Home and Garden Show?
No.
No.
I can get that for you. I can try and find
cool.
out.
I had a stand there, but looked more like 5 to 6. But it'd be interesting to see what the actual figures were. Over the page on page 38, you've got the major events activities that have been flying through this district. The bike festival, the summer seafood festival was just amazing. But you can see what's happening now. Stuart, if you'd like to pop down. Yes. Oh, sorry, Councillor Maxwell. On you might as well pop down, Stuart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I gave councillors a bit of an update from our emergency meeting from our Lakeside Committee, but yeah, we're shifting from the iconic lakefront to the iconic energy event centre.
Yeah, and you'll all be contacted in terms of the procedures. Stuart, how's our museum Te Whare Taonga o Te Arawa? We've certainly given a rocket to Mr. Colley and his support team to get that museum open at December we want it. So can you get that organised for us?
Yeah, kia ora koutou everybody.
Kia ora.
Yeah, look, we're just working with the engineers as well, and it is a frustrating time for us. I mean, particularly, we've only got about 4 or 5 weeks ago now before we actually get some results, so we're hanging in there. But well, nevertheless, when we get some answers and a date to go, we'll be ready.
Just a question, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm not sure who it is, Stuart, but I was talking to somebody the other night who seemed to know the ins and outs of the museum very well and asked me why we can't open up one part of it. So there were so many people around, so I didn't want to get into a big discussion with him, although I think that's what he wanted. Is there a part of the museum that actually could be opened? And I think we did have this discussion, didn't we? Is there a part that actually is unaffected and could be opened or something? But I was on shaky ground, so I didn't say anything, but I thought, well, I'll take the opportunity to ask you.
Right, so if you remember, I think the last time we presented here, we presented a map of the museum that indicated that the southern wing extension is pretty much close to 99% of the new building code. There's part of that extent, part of the southern wing, which is from Pukaki back to the main atrium, which is still 1908 build. Although there's been some strengthening work done in there, until we get the final report from the engineers, then we'll have a better indication of whether it's possible or not.
Post ask the experts. Your Worship, question?
Just Stuart, you've got nothing in here about the WW1 committee, which is rocking on. It's a great committee. But can you give us an update on this, the War Memorial restoration?
Yeah, sure. So the first stage of the restoration of the memorial in Government Gardens has been complete, which is the conservice and the cleaning of the stonework. In fact, Detlef Klein was at Te Puhi yesterday going through the process to take moulds of the Po that are going to be cast in bronze.
Yeah.
And so that work is likely to happen at some stage next year in terms of completion. And at the museum's Pukanga Koiki meeting tomorrow, a decision will be made on who the carver will be to recarve Rangatahi.
Excellent. Councillor Gould.
One, the engineer's report, is it still on track for April or May, or when will the council have the report? Will it be May or June? And the other one is, when you've got the events and programs talk, when's Barry going to talk at the tea rooms?
To answer your first question, Councillor, as Thomas mentioned earlier, the report is due out next month, so that's on time. And requesting to the talk with Barry that happened Thursday week ago.
Excellent. Any further questions? Thank you, Stuart. You're a maestro. The next one is Compliance Solutions, Jason Ward with Nevenhole. Any questions on District Licensing Committee or building compliance issues as per the report? Councillor Gould. We'll just wait for them to sit down. We know you are eager to get to the seat, Nevin. Councillor Gould.
Thank you very much. To do with the building compliance,
Yeah.
with the identification of the 1,644 pools, I know it's another cost which government has put on council. What sort of costs are we expecting? And I know there's probably more than one visit required because staff will have to go back and inspect any faults and to make certain that they're being corrected. And also, do spa pools count in the pools which I've got listed on the numbers, or is that in addition to that particular number of 1,644 pools?
Two good questions, Neville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The spa pools, I'll do the simple one first. The spa pools are within that number. Obviously, through the work and as we inspect each property, we'll identify whether they are exempt under the new performance standards that the government is still making at this stage. So this legislation came in on the 1st of January. There was meant to be the performance standards out in January. The government has slipped in that, and we're still waiting is at this stage what those performance standards are. So again, it's a program in delay, but the general rule is that if it has a surface area greater than less than 5 square metres of water at the top, it's more than 760 above the ground, and it has a lockable lid on it, they will be exempt. But of course, for us to determine that, we have to do an inspection. So what we're doing, because it's a 3-year program and they will be inspected every 3 years, we've set the district up into basically three groups, and within that group, to manage the amount of pools that we have to inspect, we've broken into the quarters of a year. So, we'll be working through that, and we'll be notifying all the property owners prior to us coming to their property for them to be there for us to have access and to talk to them about it. Yes, there will be a fee, and the fee is for the initial inspection is set about $110, that's GST inclusive, and a re-inspection fee of $55. And the difference between that is because of all the work we've had to do at the first part of the inspection, so setting them up in our system, making sure we've got the correct people recorded, because some of these pools were put in our system in 1987 and no work's been done. So you may have owned a pool at another property at that time, and we still have you as the recorded owner there. So we've had to do all that behind the scenes work. So yes, there will be fees for it.
Cost recovery basis.
Yes, we've anticipated with the stock of pools that we've seen that the fees that we've set will be
Cost neutral.
Cost neutral to the community.
Councillor Gould?
Is council going to have to carry extra ID when they go knocking on these houses? Because, these people behind the doors sometimes do not realise who council officers are.
Oh, okay. Niven?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, all staff that are in the field have clear identification, so they have two forms of identification, one being their warrant, which has a photo of them and their powers of entry, and the second being their council swipe card, which again has photo ID.
And Niven, you'd have a communications plan telling everybody by mail or email or whatever that their area was next on the tune to expect the viewing, so it wouldn't be a big surprise to people, so I'm happy about that. Right, now the Food Act High Risk Dogs Pilot Program. Any questions on dogs? Yeah.
This is Minister Upston's contract, wasn't it, that we got, and great that you're moving along on this issue.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. This is definitely a very positive, and since writing the report, the numbers have dropped down to 40. So we've started the enforcement side of the cycle now, where we are entering the property, seizing these dogs until the dog owner agrees to have their dog desexed. So this is about reducing at-risk dogs within our community.
So you got cooperation from 90 of the 147. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, so the 90 were voluntary. So we wrote to all dog owners outlining the program and giving them the offer to come on board. And now we're at the hard end of the process where they've had a reminder notice, they've ignored that reminder notice, so now we're seizing their dogs.
Thank you very much, Niven. Right, next one, Eric Court. We're on water, wastewater and stormwater. Anyone got any queries? Particularly with the volumes of water we've had in the last 3 or 4 days. And we've got Stavros Michael as well. Welcome. Oh, we'll come to that after you report. Yeah. Right, any questions on page 40 regarding water supplies? Now, you weren't in the room, Eric, there was a comment earlier from Councillor Kent regarding the reaction time from the reporting of a leaking water main was it in the road or in the footpath? Or?
It was a water main at the junction with a water meter that has been flowing for 2 weeks and has been repeatedly reported.
It's a question of the CCO. The CCO advised Councillor Kent what the process was. Normally the response time is 24 to 48 hours, so something's obviously slipped through. So if you're happy, Councillor Kent will give you the details after the meeting so you could follow it up as well. Is that okay? All right. Any other questions on water supplies? Do you want to make a comment, Eric? Particularly in the last 3 days of what we've had to put up with, especially your stormwater. I was thinking of that. Oh my God.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. Over the last few days, we had a lot of rain, but it's been fortunately at a quite steady rate. We have had the odd issues that we've been called out to have a look at, but no real damage or anything that's really caused us a lot of concern. We had the normal problem of infiltration and inflow into the sewer system. So yesterday morning, the staff were intensively monitoring pump station levels and flows, but we got through that. Again, the rain that we have had has been nice and steady with no real peaks of intensity. a repeat of something that I did put in my report, I think 16th, 19th of February, again, a lot of rain, but just at a level that we were able to cope with. So that really summarises the rainfall issues.
Eric, is that an indication that we've invested in maintenance of the infrastructure? Or is it just good luck?
It's a bit of both, to be honest. We've invested well in our infrastructure, but like any infrastructure, you're always at the mercy of the weather. So there's always an extreme event that will occur at some time in the future that will be of a size that exceeds our capacity. We do know that we do need to maintain our maintenance and our monitoring and reduction of the infiltration and inflow. It's a bit like painting the harbour bridge. You've just got to keep at it and keep at it to keep the elements under control.
Thank you, Mr. Court, for your report today. Were you aware there was a problem on Tino Road yesterday with a stormwater drain?
I don't want you to answer that, Eric, because there's been issues right around Rotorua, and I've rung through to Castle Corp, etc. I think that's an operational thing. We're talking about the high-end stuff. So if you want to talk to Councillor Gould after the meeting, that's fine. Are there any other questions of the report? Oh, Councillor Kent, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. In the last financial year, there was an item of, I think it was a couple of $1 million worth of capital expenditure that was deferred, which was related to the sizing of pipes. Apparently, a review was taking place as to whether, in fact, we could get away with smaller ones or something. Has that been done, and where are we going with that?
I believe you're probably referring to stormwater upgrades. There is still a modelling of the catchment by catchment throughout the urban area to determine the size of pipes that is needed, and that's quite a large job. It has to be done as part of our comprehensive stormwater consent, so it's still ongoing. We are, as we move through that, we will be identifying areas that need work and doing those as we can.
Next one on page 41 is wastewater. Any questions? Oh, I think we've been covering that as well. And customer solutions. Transport solutions, Stavros. Any questions regarding that? Or anything you want to comment on, Stavros? Sorry. Oh, yeah. We'll come to the water presentation shortly. Ross. You're happy with your report?
Yeah, take the report as read, Mr. Chair, and happy to take any questions.
Sure. Very pleased to see you're on the ball with the culvert in Delbeth Road, because it's been needed for years and years and years, so that's really good. Any other questions? Okay. Would you like... Oh, Rob, sorry. Councillor Kent.
Thank you. Through you. Is there any update as to when the hearings before this council would take place with a view to speed limits? Changes? Speed limit changes?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor Kent, the speed review is underway at the moment. I would expect to report back to Council to adopt, new recommendations, over the next 3 or 4 months, hopefully, because we have to comply with the guidelines, for the reviews, and they are currently in progress at the moment. And, I think before the end of this current financial year, we should have recommendations for the Council to agree to.
It's this council that makes that decision based on the facts and the information you've collected on our behalf.
Yes, Mr. Chair, it need to be recommendations and agreed by the Council and resoluted, resolved to accept the changes, so we can post them on our GIS properly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a question, but firstly, Can I just congratulate Stavros on stepping into the role of wastewater solutions, along with all the other solutions he's got. And with Andy Bell's retirement imminent, I think his farewell was yesterday, he's got elegant gumboots to fill in that role, I have to say. But my question is around bullet point 2 of the Transport Solutions report on page 41, and NZTA going out to the public with final considerations for the Eastern Corridor in April-May. What is the, I guess, the program for maintenance in the interim? Because I'm getting a lot of feedback about the state of Tarawera roundabout again, and pretty much all of that Eastern Corridor. I know we're, I guess, running the asset at the minimum maintenance requirement, but could you sort of give us some feedback on that?
Sure. The two questions, the progress of the business case for the eastern and central corridors, will be targeted to go to an open day on the 12th of April. And the purpose of that, open day is to seek, public feedback about the various, options have been shortlisted. Before the 12th of April, we have scheduled a presentation to this committee by the NZTA on the 6th of April, I think. So elected members can be fully aware of what will be put, to the open day, and you will have an opportunity to question and, and give some direction to NZTA and us as a steering group for that, for that work. The second question is that what happens to current maintenance, the Tarawera roundabout and the approaches to it, and some other areas of structure failing on the roads will commence, throughout March. The Tarawera roundabout to be resurfaced. We had some, I suppose, some debate with NZTA as to whether they hold back the type of intervention until the solutions are agreed. Our view was that those interventions are essential for safety and purposes, and they need to be made. And if over the next 2 years they need to be dug out and redone again, so be it. It just, safety cannot be compromised simply on the basis that we are waiting for a new solution. So you would see Tarawera and the approach, Tarawera roundabout, these approaches to be resurfaced and re-leveled over the next 4 or 5 weeks, because the aim is for them to be completed by early April.
Just a question from me, Stavros, on the second bullet point 2, you talk of the business case for the Eastern Central and the Westport Transport Corridors. The Western Transport Corridor is what I colloquially call the northern area. It's actually Nongataka or State Highway 5, that area, isn't it? Okay, that's awesome that that's been done. So we're up for speed limit. You'll also, the other thing I do want to highlight to members is the seal extension on Dodds Road and the drainage infrastructure for Ralph Road next year's seal extension. Kawa Point School, sorry, I don't understand that. Can you help me there, Stavros? Dodds Road seal extension and drainage infrastructure for Ralph Road next year's seal extension, is underway. I understand now. Okay, because Ralph Road's on the program for next year. Okay, Your Worship.
I totally agree with you, Stavros, about the Linmore roundabout, but the public will think we're doing. I fear we're going to get a backlog of people saying, so you're just band-aiding again. So and I know we've got to have a really good communication strategy around this. It's right, your intervention is right in terms of public safety, but they'll think that's all they're going to get, and that's as good as it'll get. I field these quite often about the Eastern Arterial and the business case, and I know the sequence, but I don't know how we're going to avoid that bit of backlash that you're just band-aiding it, and what you ought to be doing, council, they think it's us, should be a total job, with grade separation and deepening the roundabout, etc. So I don't know how we're going to manage through this other than flooding the media.
Well, I think the NZTA following the open day, they do have a communications plan. But I think it's quite important to highlight that the shortlisted options will be tested with the public Let's assume one or two of them will progress forward for funding by the New Zealand NZTA board and the minister, and the ministry. We need to explain very clearly that once we have settled into these options, there will be a period of design testing before we actually start implementing. I would think that probably at least a year away before we see the physical works down there. And I don't think it's responsible to maintain a road condition that we know is unsafe, and therefore our communication is to say that we're holding the road surface until we implement the agreed short-term options. But you're right. I think the trick will be how we communicate that.
Any questions in that area? And so there's none. Thank you, Stavros. Thank you, Eric. Consent Solutions, Jason Ward. Great news on our building consents, and he's got a present. Oh, sorry, we'll go back to the. Sorry, boys, stay there. We'll go back to Havelock North drinking water. If we hadn't put chlorine in some of our water supplies over the years, Eric, we probably would have been in the same position as Havelock North now, looking back 10, 20, 30 years ago. So look forward to the presentation.
Okay. Councillor, Eric will start a quick presentation to that. What I would like to say as a preamble to that, one of the fundamental concerns of infrastructure is risk management, risk mitigation. And obviously, as we manage, our networks, whether it's roading networks or water networks or sewage networks, we need to continuously assess, the risk, and of course, the health of the community is paramount in terms of risk mitigation. Every time that there is an incident at the national level or international level that prompts a rethink of our health protection in our systems, then we owe it to assess it and ask the question: how does it apply to us? Does it identify any gaps to our risk management processes, and how can we improve it? And the Havelock scenario, although the final inquiry has not been released yet, we know enough of it to ask the question: how does it apply to us, and what can we learn from it, and further mitigate our risk? So, Eric will proceed with the presentation, and we're happy to take questions after that. Thank you.
Thanks, Stavros. Yeah, so this arose obviously through some questions about how Rotorua is placed, and as you'll be aware, in August 2016 there was a gastroenteritis outbreak in Havelock North. Over 5,000 people became ill, and the source of that, or the means of that, was a bacteria, Campylobacter. In September 2016, the government announced an inquiry was to be held, and that was to be in two stages. So that was to be in two stages. The first is matters directly relevant to that particular outbreak, and it was how that happened, what the response from different agencies were, how it was addressed, and how to reduce something like that happening again there. And also, they were the next stage. The second stage was about systemic issues and lessons to be learned, and that was, as well as local, that really probably more talks to the national framework of legislation and guidelines and standards that there are. So stage one is due to be reported back on 31st of March, so we await that. In no way do we want to preempt or predict the outcome of the inquiry, but there are there's a lot of information coming out of the hearings that have been held. Water New Zealand is an interested party, among others, and have been keeping councils informed, and a lot of this has been in the media anyway. But there are two sort of main factors that have come out, and the first is that the Campylobacter originated from animals, most likely sheep feces nearby, And there was an underground path identified from a nearby, it's called a stream pond, but it's basically a low-lying area where the stream occasionally floods. Most of the time it's dry or swampy. And they also identified that underground path allowed a very rapid travel of water towards the bore. That's quite significant because bacteria, viruses, have quite a die-off rate. So if it gets there quickly, it's at its full concentration. So those are initial ones, but as I say, the inquiry will have all the full findings. Currently circulating amongst councils is the title is a summary of closing submissions of council for all parties regarding fault. So basically it's a summary of all the allegations, if you like, or all the things that were raised. And our council, like all other councils, and I've been contacted by other councils, who are all going through this intently, looking to see, do any of these issues affect us? And in the ones that have been raised, there's, not to make light of the risk management issue that Stavros mentioned, there are no ones that are really cause us urgent cause for concern, but there are a lot in there where we will need to have a really good review of how we sit with everything that came up in that summary. So some of the possible learnings and outcomes from this is, and it's this concept of secure groundwater. The drinking water standards actually allow for a bore or a source that's been assessed to have good age, nice and deep, well maintained, and a good sampling history to be classed as secure, and you can still comply fully with the drinking water standards without having any form of treatment. Now that is probably something that's, well, it is already being challenged, but will come under severe scrutiny. And that sort of leads on to the next one, which is there will be stronger drivers for minimum standards of treatment, chlorine, filtration, and others. There'll also be greater emphasis on our development and the compliance with water safety plans. We have water safety plans and they are audited, but no doubt that auditing will become it will be in much more detail from now on. They picked out retention of institutional knowledge. There were some previous contamination events, I understand, many years ago, but nobody really recalled them, and that may or may not have had a bearing. And of course, better communication between all stakeholders, including the regional councils, is one that will be very important. And just to reconfirm, although our sources are very, very high quality, none of them qualify to be classed as secure, and hence the fundamental difference for us is our treatment. Some of the councillors here will recall years ago when most of our sources were untreated totally. In the years since, they have all been chlorinated, and that protects against bacteria and viruses. And all except Mamaku have ultraviolet light disinfection, and that protects against protozoa, which are Cryptosporidium and Giardia, which are more resistant to chlorination. Just an explanation of the Mamaku situation. Until late last year, we had ticked all the boxes bar one to have it classified as a secure groundwater. We had redeveloped the old bore. The new bore was built to modern standards. We brought the new bore up to standard. We had the water aged, and it was very, very old. And we were in the last stages of confirming our year-long sampling when we found that, well, it's not secure, because we did pick up a small amount of contamination in that old bore. Fortunately, or by good planning, the chlorination deals with that bacteria that was found. But because of the fact that with the knowledge we now know, we're planning to have ultraviolet treatment installed there. to bring it up to the same as all of our other supplies. So that's really, well, it was intended to be a brief summary of where we're at.
Shins. Councillor Donaldson, then Mr Martin, and Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Through you, Eric, you'll be aware that of the weather event in February that caused a discoloration of the Red Stag water supply, which also feeds the Waipa recreational area. Is their supply, what's the level of treatment in terms of UV and chlorination of their supply? I know their testing chap, Tim Charlson, was right onto it and raised a flag and approached event organisers in the area at the time and also council, but what's the level of treatment of their supply feeding that public space?
Through the Chair, yes, that is a what's classed as a private supply. It's owned by Red Stag Mill and supplied on to other entities, including our mountain bike car park. They have chlorination, they have monitoring of turbidity 24/7. So although their chlorination was in place, so they did have protection against bacteria, the fact that their turbidity meter alarmed and picked up that the water had become cloudy due to some silt getting in there, they were able to make that call very, very early in the morning, which is really helpful because testing for bacteria takes at least 24 hours under current processes. But yeah, chlorination and that monitoring.
Bob Martin. Didn't hear that, Bob.
How old is the Mamaku water?
Through you, Chair, you're testing my memory here because we have 9 sources and they're all a bit different, but it's in the tens of years old. My memory, it's around 30 plus. Yeah. But in having said that, and it applies to all of our water sources, and again, hence the reason for the doubt about this secure water status. We can test that water and our water in our other sources. For example, the main Rotorua source is 80 years old since it fell on the ground, and you can test that water several times. But if you're in a situation where you've had a heavy rainfall and you have a very small fraction of water basically short circuits that, then that particular water that may carry contamination will be much younger, days.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Eric, again for the good update. And that, you might have touched on it, but were we the only council invited down there where you went down?
I'm not aware of any others. It was just a contact made through us here. They're aware that we have recently installed ultraviolet light, and I think it came through a meeting of drinking water assessors. Their drinking water assessor down here talking to our drinking water assessor and discussing the lengths that we go to demonstrate compliance, and that's the important thing. As well as installing it, you have to demonstrate that it's operating 24/7, and that's principally why we're going down there to assist them.
Thanks.
Mayor Chadwick.
Thank you for your report, Eric, because this has been a great concern. I think what councillors don't know is that incursion in Havelock North has now resulted in, I think it's 5 deaths, and so the liability sits where the liability sits is the question that we need to be very aware of. And when you say an outbreak of gastroenteritis, what happened actually, it went on to a really obscure condition called Guillain-Barré, and I'm the national patron of the Guillain-Barré Society, and the media's not here, but I phoned Hawke's Bay and the mayor and said, if you're having this number of admissions to your hospital with gastroenteritis, you will go on to getting 4 to 5 cases of confirmed Guillain-Barré, and some of those will die. So it's a very, very serious event. And they got then the Ministry of Health much more active about the screening, and by the time they present, there's not a lot you can do, actually. So it's a very, very serious issue. And when we realise that level of severity, asking the questions of ourselves, are we open to the same level of risk, is a very, very good question that I've been concerned about and wanted to have answered, Eric. And clearly, one of the conclusions that you haven't drawn yet, because the report is still to come out, is the easiest thing you can do is to have chlorinated water supply. And that was what was not in this bore. So that's the issue, that it's often as fundamental as that. And so we've got to be aware ourselves that, you know, this, when you have an audit and risk committee, I think these are issues that should go through there, that are we doing all that is humanly possible as regulators and suppliers of water to our community to ensure that we're not exposed to that level of risk.
Stevie,
and so I'm really thrilled you brought this up.
This Guillain-Barré, is it like meningitis? Does it?
No, it attacks, it's an autoimmune system attack. So your body starts to attack its own immune system, and you get peculiar neural effects where odd gait or unable to hold a glass of water or unscrew a bottle lid, and then you find these are all over your body, very bizarre. And you don't get those symptoms appear until sometimes up to 3 months after the original gastroenteritis attack. If untreated, it goes on to a condition called ICPD, which my sister has, and that's why I'm the national patron, where you're paralysed and on life support, and many of those conditions at the severe end die. So it's an incredibly dangerous sequelae, all from contaminated water is one, Campylobacter, the other is contaminated chicken. And that's why you sometimes hear me talking about food inspections. And so you can get it from various sources, but Campylobacter is a nasty, nasty thing. So it's not just gastro. That's how it appeared. But if you're going to hospital with gastro, you're very ill. And then the odds of going on to these other conditions are much more heightened. And you public health specialists know it. Very difficult for GPs to diagnose. But in this one, you just knew, as soon as I heard the number of admissions, I thought they're in for trouble here. So we just ask ourselves, are we exposed to the same risk?
No, we're not. We're not. No. Okay. Right. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just as a matter of interest, how do you measure the age of water?
We send the sample to the scientists and they do it. Yeah. There's a tritium something test, and there's about 3 methods. But yeah, I guess the same as they can do to timber or carbon dating, radioactivity's in there somewhere as well. But it's generally a really big container of water, and it goes down to Wellington, and we get a good report back.
It's got, I suppose, isotopes. Can I close off, Mr. Chair? I think it's Her Worship description of the potential risks of how well we manage our infrastructure is a significant comment, and I think it's quite a useful point in time to say that, you know, over the course of time we will come to you with, you know, occasional reports, you know, exposing or articulating the level of risks as we see it as in infrastructure. And obviously for every risk mitigation there is what we call our ELI, which is an economic level of investment. You can never eliminate every risk, but certain risks, for example, the health of the population is just, no, can't play Russian roulette with it. We know, for example, every fatality on the road costs about $4.9 million. So we have to establish some kind of measurement to identify how much investment can be made in every particular part of our infrastructure to manage that kind of risks. And I think this topic today is quite useful to alert elected members that from time to time we will be discussing these issues, and at the strategic level, we'll expect you as elected members to give us some guidance as to what kind of level of service and what kind of economic level of investment you want to put in some aspects to manage a given risk. And I think it's useful to remind ourselves of that. Thank you.
Stavros, this council over the last 30 years it's demonstrated its willingness to comply. I mean, Nongata until 15 years ago, it wasn't even chlorinated. It was exactly the same as Havelock North. There were disinfection issues. Chlorine was added for, they said, a short time to correct it. They couldn't find the source of the contamination. Then over time, Eric's brought to us the risk of Giardia and Cryptosporidium, and it was through his program over I think 3 or 4 long-term plans, the UV was put into all our water supplies to protect our people further. I mean, this sounds an absolute... I've never heard of it before. I wrote it down. I'm going to go online and...
Conference here in May, the National Conference of the Guillain-Barré Society, and it is. We have 200 cases reported to the DHB around the country, and we're raising awareness for early diagnosis. Early diagnosis gives steroids.
It's a killer.
Well, it can be. It didn't kill my sister, but, you don't know. So that's the issue, I think, that the early diagnosis, GPs have never seen it, many GPs, because it's 200 cases per annum for our population is not that many. No, but then those that go on, it's a very crippling, very, very crippling condition if you live.
Deputy Dave?
Just to echo what Her Worship said, one of the people who was very vocal to me during the Lumbercube situation has this condition, and it affects their nervous system as well, and so it was, in this person's opinion, that whole thing aggravated the condition and really affected the health to the point where he wanted to leave the district.
Thanks very much, Dave. Thank you, Eric Stavros. We'll take it that 42 has taken as read. I think you've heard enough about waste and waste streams to fill a truck. Jason, on consent solutions, I think this has also been well traversed in the media and on the internet. Things are moving forward. I think your turnaround for limbs, Jason, is excellent. In most sale and purchase agreements of 15 days for a limb. Most limbs are coming out 5 to 7 days, which is really appreciated by buyers and people in particular. Aucklanders always get a limb, always. The Rotorua people would rather get a property file, but Aucklanders, because of the leaky home scenario and dodgy building practices that have been allowed by successive governments to occur, the Aucklanders are pretty stringent on getting a limb report. Jason, anything else you would like to highlight?
If I can take it as read, but just a couple of highlights and I guess just updates. So this report obviously was current at the time it was written. Just updating the number of new dwellings consented during the reporting period, that's now 7. And in terms of subdivision, we've had 17 subdivisions approved during that period. And what does this mean? It means 42 additional residential lots been approved through there. 42, yes. And there is still, yes, yeah, and there was probably, as reported last time, 50 odd in the previous reporting. And we're still having strong inquiries, still having quite a few discussions pre-application, so we are expecting more coming through.
Thank you, Jason. No questions. Jane, the library. I really think Jane misses our former council colleague, because she used to be in the chair and have heaps of questions for you. Jane, everyone's loving the new site. I'm going to move a motion that you stay there and that we rent out the... No, I'm not. Jane, thank you for your report. Is there anything you'd like to add? You've... just unbelievable what you're doing.
If I may just make sort of a bit more information about the legal education series. We've had 3 of these now. The first one was talking about work and income, and we must have had about 70 or 80 people attend that. The next one was family law, and we had at least 50 there. And then this week there was tenancy, and there was 30 people that attended that. So it's been a really popular series.
Councillor Gould.
Thank you for your report today. When's your opening day for the U Library going to be? Or hasn't that been worked out yet?
How big's your crystal ball, Jane?
We are actually looking at the end of November, so nothing definite yet, but the end of November we'll be moving back in, yes.
As soon as you know, you let us know. Right. Oh, Councillor Hunt.
Just one comment. I attended the opening, well, the arrival actually of the mobile library, the new van that was previously Noel Leeming's van, and it's an impressive piece of technology. It's waiting for its branding, and the library staff were all queuing up to see who would be the first one to do it, as well as wondering who was going to manage to back it down into the space they had. We are incredibly fortunate to have this this van, and I know that when it's, they spoke about engaging particularly with the older community who maybe aren't that computer literate, interested in genealogy and ancestry, and this is a way to not only let them learn about their family but actually learn a new skill while they're doing that. So I really commend the staff, and their level of enthusiasm was palpable, so I look forward to seeing it out and about.
I think quite a major step forward, the van situation, because some of us was pretty stuck in the dim darks with the old bus, but obviously this was a major step forward, and you're quite right, Councillor Hunt.
I just add it was the Friends who have funded that, and they do deserve due recognition.
But it had to be approved here for that to happen, and I think that there's quite a bit of vision here. So,
through you, Mr. Chair, if I may just add, we're hoping to bring the Mobile Learning Centre prior to the council meeting on the 29th, opportunity to have a quick look at it. So we should be organised by then.
Excellent. Would someone like to move the... Oh, sorry, I didn't see your hand.
Rob said you parked me until the operating report to hear about glyphosate, and I brought it up with the CCO. Rob, do you want to just update us on this? It comes up, it's a hardy annual that comes up every year about the use of it, and I feel a bit about it.
Through you, the Chair. Thanks, Steve. Yes, I managed to grab some extra bits and pieces. Glyphosate's the active ingredient in Roundup, and it's got a huge body of evidence that says it's okay, and there's another big pile of paperwork that says it's not okay. And at the moment, the bigger pile of paperwork is the okay paperwork, and that's what the Environmental Protection Agency used to consider that it's a suitable product for weed control around reserves and playgrounds. As identified, there's been quite a bit of interest in glyphosate from various sectors of the community over the last few years, and more pressure coming on glyphosate users to try and reduce their use. We have looked at it and we do use it around some of our reserve areas, and that's mainly based on a how does it look sort of perspective rather than a public health type of perspective. We have initiated some trials with Rotorua Contracting to start on some of our playground areas and evaluate the alternative methods for how they can manage weeds around playgrounds using manual methods, so weed eaters, if they spray it once every 6 months, or they have to use a weed trimmer once every month, what is the actual cost implication, the time sort of situation around that. So we've started some work on 3 playground areas to work out whether that, what effect it actually has using alternative methods. There's some other factors like mechanical methods in the way that you build something. You can create mowing strips, because usually the weeds grow between a vertical wall and a grass area. So if we put a concrete mowing strip, then we don't have that trouble. So there's various ways around that as well. And Tauranga have done a big investigation over the last 12 months into alternative herbicide treatments, so they're looking at pine oil and fatty acids. They've just reported to their council to achieve the same level of service of weed control. They're looking at about 20 times the cost if they go to these alternatives, because there's a significant cost in purchasing them, there's a significant application rate increase that you have to put them on, so they're having to do it much more frequently, much higher volumes, and so they're going through the final processes of working out what the recommendation to the council is going to be. It's an area we're looking at, and we're looking at not only the alternatives but also where we can reduce it ourselves and what other ways we can try and manage weeds that might reduce the need to use glyphosate.
Michelle?
Thanks for that, Rob, because it is an issue that our sustainability group also looked at. The other one was wildflowers. I love seeing those roadside verges planted in wildflowers, and I don't know if that's an option that you've looked at. It's just so pretty. So instead of long grass, we plant wildflowers, and I don't know what our council position is on that. But aesthetically, it's quite a change of mindset. It's almost like a meadow rather than a mowed bit of grass.
Through you, the Chair, it is a mindset, and that's a good point. It's a level of service change. So the community need to accept that, what sort of look they might like to achieve, and that's part of some big picture policy thinking. I know that they did it on the Auckland motorway for several years, and then that fell away for some reason. So there is obviously a cost in terms of sowing those sorts of things as well. So I mean, it could be an investigation, but it's around that. What is acceptable? Are a few weeds acceptable? In which case we don't have to control quite so much. But clearly in other areas, like our premier gardens, we would want to retain a very high level of service there. So
decided, if a little community decided this is something they'd like to trial, would we be amenable to that?
Certainly, yes. I would say we will. From our perspective, operationally, we do have areas certainly around our roads and in our reserve margins where we have no spray approaches, so the adjoining landowner can contact us and register those areas. And usually it's we won't do that, but we would like you to make sure they stay reasonably clean and tidy, and when that acceptance is there, at an individual level, that's fine. If it wants to go to a community or a neighbourhood level, then I think that should be fine as well.
Thank you, Rob.
And I've got plenty of places. I totally agree with you. I don't think we should ask the community. One should take the rubbish away that's been fly dumped, put in the gardens as she suggested. I think it'll be a huge disincentive for fly dumping in the future. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to point out councillors may have received an email from Mrs. Joy Maskell, who is very keen on this topic, and it was reported that the content of the email wasn't acceptable, and part of the letter and that did not come through to people. I've had a look at that. In actual fact, it was just the format of her email, and I've told her what to do, and she's resending it.
Okay, we've got a motion on the books. Can I have a seconder, please? I've got Councillor Kent moved. Second, Councillor Hunt. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Would someone like to move that we go into public excluded session? I have Councillor Rokawa Tate and Councillor Kumar. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Would someone like to move on the agenda the confidential minutes of the Operations and Monitoring Committee held on the 2nd of February? Oh, camera's still going. I know, but other people want to bring other stuff up. It's not only the minutes, there's two other items that... Oh, Rob, don't go. You've got that... Could we have the TV camera turned off, please? Because they sit in the office here.